Organizing committee of the Publications Office, and we have colleagues from DG GROW. I'm here with the Director for Access and Reuse of Public Information, Antonio Carnero, and especially with Hilde Hardeman, the Director General of the Publications Office of the European Union, who will now open our TED Together conference. Hilde.
Good morning, everybody, dear guests, dear colleagues. A very warm welcome to all of you, those joining us here at the EU Publications Office in Luxembourg, and those online to our TED Together event. Now, just a few months ago, and the weather wasn't great either actually, in April, we met in Brussels to discuss the superpowers of public procurement data. We had stimulating exchanges on how to make the most of these data with the help of new technologies to foster transparency, competition, and strategic approaches to public procurement, in short, on how to make the most of taxpayers' money. That is vital to provide the services and goods our societies and communities really need, to bring jobs and economic growth, to spur innovation, sustainable competitiveness, and well-being. And while each of us here in the room and online, each of us has different responsibilities, there is one thing that binds us all together. Whether you're an eSender facilitating the submission of procurement notices, a reuser of TED data, or a member of the eProcurement Ontology or European Single Procurement Document communities, we all work together for better, more effective and more transparent public procurement. Coming together, sharing experiences and approaches helps us to see the bigger picture, understand the concerns of others, and makes it possible for us to work together for outcomes that make a real difference in real life. That's why we are here together today and tomorrow. Now, over the next 2 days, you will look into a range of issues that are relevant for the ecosystem that we are all part of. From the evolution of the European Single Procurement Document model to the finalization of the eProcurement Ontology, from what recent updates to TED mean for eSenders to what the TED Open Data Service offers to you. All these terms may for outsiders sound very cryptic, but you, public procurement community, you know what this is about, how to use it, how to make the most of it. And that's why we very much want to hear from you. Your input, your considerations, your views are crucial. Now, we all know when we speak about public procurement, we talk about a lot of money. We talk about millions of jobs. We talk about a huge impact on our economy, society, our daily lives. One of the European Commission's priorities over the next 5 years is to further increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of the sector. Now, how will we do this? The new college that took its start this Sunday will evaluate EU public procurement legislation and prepare a proposal for revision on that basis. This is about added value for citizens and businesses, about securing the supply of vital technologies and services, about simplifying the legal framework, and about reducing administrative burden. And obviously, this work needs to be evidence-based, and that is where the EU Publications Office comes in. The data and information that are available on the recently launched public procurement data space will be an invaluable resource in this process to help policymakers identify trends and make informed decisions. Now, our colleague from DG GROW, Mark-Christopher Schmidt, and I'm very happy to have you with us today, Mark-Christopher. Mark will talk you through the outlook on procurement policy and legislation in more detail tomorrow, so you'll have to be a little bit patient. And at the Publications Office, we will support this work in every way we can, providing evidence, data, and of course, our daily experience. Now, moving from policy to practice, as we near the end of 2024, let us take just a moment to take stock of what we have achieved this year and look towards the future. Earlier this year, we launched a new version of the TED website. With the help of state-of-the-art technologies, we enhanced TED's search and navigation systems, making it easier to access public procurement documents. Secondly, we introduced eForms. Through their common standards and terminology, eForms make it easier for businesses, no matter where they are located or in which language or sector they operate, to find and make the most of data included in public procurement notices. This year also saw the launch of the EU Public Procurement Data Space. I already mentioned it, which connects European procurement data sets, including TED data and national procurement data sets, in one official, trustworthy online portal. Together with the eProcurement Ontology that our teams at the EU Publications Office have developed to make sure that we all use the same terms for the same things, the data space will allow to use public procurement data from both EU and national levels in a user-friendly and transparent way. Now, as we look to the future, we will continue our work to respond to users' needs and enhance their experience, your experience, with tools like e-notices too. We are committed to supporting the objectives of EU public procurement policy by maintaining effective publication, reuse, standardization, and interoperability services using AI-based solutions in a trustworthy and transparent way to enhance the quality of public procurement data and to support users and reusers in every way we can. So, dear guests, dear colleagues, let me conclude by wishing you a fruitful, motivating event. We really, really, really want to hear from you. Let's share ideas and learn from each other. Let's build a real community so that together we can make the most of public procurement and make Europe a better place for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilde. Now I would like to give the floor to my colleague Laura von Weissenberg, who is the head of sector for TED, TED dissemination, TED website. And Laura will guide us through the agenda for today, and will also recall some housekeeping rules that will make our event enjoyable and a great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. So, welcome to this event on behalf of the organizing committee. I have a few practical things before we dig into the agenda of the day. First of all, breaks. We all like breaks, right? So there will be a break in the morning, as you've seen in the agenda. There will be a break in the afternoon. There will be a lunch break, obviously. Please respect the break times, especially because we have a lot of people online and we have a lot of things to go through. So that will make things easier for everybody. Then I have a point about the building we are in. So it's the first time, I guess, you are in our new building, which is very nice. There are security restrictions which apply here. So I would like to ask you to refer to our colleagues for guidance. The restrooms, in case you don't know, they are located just across the hall. For smokers, I'll invite them to go outside. I don't know if there are any, but just in case. What else? So the sessions will be recorded and they will be posted online later on. Presentations will also be published on the website as soon as possible. We'll have a summary of the questions and answers also published after the event. Photos may be taken and are actually being taken as we speak, and they may be posted on social media. If this is problematic for you, do let us know and we'll make sure to arrange the sitting in such a way that your photo doesn't appear. What else do I have? Wait. Here, actually, I think I'm gonna... No, don't mess with my computer. Policy people. Just kidding. Right. So, sorry. We encourage you to use the hashtag TED Together 2024 if you want to post things on social media. And I should have said this maybe earlier, for Wi-Fi connection, there are papers like this on the tables for those who haven't seen them yet with the credentials. So feel free to connect to the Wi-Fi. Right. So again, for any practical questions, please refer to the colleagues at the back of the room. I call them Régie, so it's Cindy, Jenny, and Yule, or to the colleagues outside at the registration desk. You will see Corinne and Martina. When you intervene, please make sure, so the way these mics work, you need to press, long press, the button turns red, you can speak. Once you're done with your intervention, turn it off so that the next person can be heard. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to hear, especially for the people online. Talking about the people online, so you will be muted. I think you are already muted. We encourage you to keep your cameras turned off. So the way it will work with the presentations, there may be a short slot for people to ask questions, people in the room to ask questions after each presentation. However, there's a big Q&A slot at the end of the day. Answers will be handled in the order they come in. You are invited to send questions through Slido. We will keep an eye on the WebEx chat as well, but more for technical and connection issues. So please use Slido for questions. And we invite you to connect to Slido already now. Do we have, Reggie, QR code for people to use? I just see myself. I don't see anything. So the cameraman is waking up. That's good. All right. It's maybe coming. There you go. So for the Slido, please maybe connect already. And just to warm up with Slido, we have a question for you. You can use this link the entire day. So whenever you have questions, you can put in a question. And if you want to answer this first poll that we are starting, right, colleagues? We can, all right, so people have started to fill it in. That's interesting, especially because we have lots and lots of people today. It's okay. So we see lots of people from Germany, people from Sweden and Denmark. All right, so my colleague says you can go to slido.com and you can use the hashtag in order to join the poll. So what else? We have some people in Luxembourg, some people in Belgium and Spain. Looks good. All right. I think we're happy with this. Or people are still typing in. Okay, maybe we wait a little bit more. Yeah, nice. Lots of countries. All right. So, in order not to run too late with the agenda, I'll just quickly walk you through the agenda of this morning. I don't see that, so I will move. So, we will shortly dig into the European Single Procurement Document, the Exchange Data Model, and then we will look at how this fits in the eProcurement Ontology. Then we'll have the first break, so at 11. And the rest of the morning we'll dedicate to the eProcurement Ontology, where we'll look at news and updates. With that, I'll give the floor to my colleague Dragos to start on the first presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Dragos will be scrolling the slides and I will be talking at the beginning. I cannot stand, yeah, because I'm too small, as you all can see. So welcome. I will guide you a bit through the ESPD and the model. Mainly what's the ESPD for those that have never heard about it before, where are we with our evolution of the data model, and how we are linked with our colleagues from other standards in the publications office. So the ESPD, for all of you that are newcomers, it's a self-declaration form used in public procurement procedures, and it's used to replace on the preliminary step the certificate. So it's evidence in public procurement. It was introduced by the Directive 24 in year 2014, and it was laid out as a form by the regulation number 7 in the year 2016. Who is using it are the contracting authorities and the companies. Most of you say the economic operators. Yep. The contracting authorities, they express their exclusion grounds and their selection criteria, saying why are you eligible or not. And the companies, they have to prove that, not to prove, just to fill in that they are not excluded, yeah, that they fulfill the selection criteria. So the process itself, it's the buyer prepares a request using an ESPD service online. So they have to connect. They reuse an already existing ESPD form or document, or they create a new one where they establish really exclusion grounds like crime and fraud and so on. They select also the criteria, the selection criteria, such as the yearly turnover, the professional register, whatever are the selection criteria depending on the lot. The bidder will reply to that form using also a service. It's what we all know as the response. So the main documents are request, response, which is the real ESPD, is the answer. He will fill in the form saying, yes, I'm not a criminal, or yes, I fill all of the selection criteria, and will give also information about his company, who is representing the company, and then that's it. That's really the ESPD. And then we go to the step number 3, where actually the contracting authorities, they will analyze and evaluate all of the bids. They will check, I believe this person could win, and only the winner will have to provide the evidence. That also really saves a lot of work for the small companies that do not need to prove from the beginning all of the requisites, the requirements. I'm thinking in Spanish, I'm sorry. So that's really the process throughout a tender. We at the Publications Office are in charge nowadays, no? You see, I went on a slide too quick. We are in charge of the EDM, which is the exchange data model. That is, we don't maintain any service. We maintain only the model. We are using actually this model as a technical representation of the data in the form, and we are linked directly to all of the standards used in TED and out of TED, which are mainly the eProcurement Ontology, which is the model for public procurement domain. All of the data are structured there. My colleague Natalie will give you a deeper detail later in her presentation. How we are linked to them, we reuse really, and we align to their concepts. We are not independent, we are recycling everything, and we try to use exactly the same terminology. And again, Natalie will give you a detail after our presentation, how we have been advancing during this year in that point. We are linked from with eForms. I think nobody has ever heard about the eForms. So are the digital forms used to publish the notices from the buyer. My colleagues also will explain where they are with the eForms. We share with eForms colleagues and with the standards, all the whole terminology and the analysis of data. That is mainly the exclusion grounds and the selection criteria. Yeah, we try to be at the same level. eSertis, which is, as you know, the system where you can pick up your certificates. Yeah, this is the certificate that I have to provide us a link. We have regular meeting as well with them. And we use really the identifiers, we reuse their identifiers as the level of the exclusion grounds, yeah, and we integrate in their system. Business documents, we are participating now, collaborating with Natalie and some other colleagues in regular meetings also. We use the same information as they have, the components, and we are all trying to advance this year in adding new concepts that can be used for the ESPD and as well for the eForms. And last but not least, we are using the catalog of EU data reference, which is the EU vocabularies. Some of you have heard already about, for example, our code list is the tables that have the list of concepts that are used across Europe. And we are publishing them online, reusing lists that are in. That's why I was the first. But I see it's online. Can you see it? Let's cut the micro. So we are online and it's wrong. Okay, we stop a bit. But it was working. Cool. So we were actually trying to explain to you really that we are linked to all of these standards. The last one that I was mentioning were the code lists that we reuse from our colleagues from EU vocabularies. Anything that is common standard, it's published online. Okay, so we move to the next one, which actually, how is the model, and remember not the service, the ESPD model, the use across Europe. Countries are using it, and we have delivered in September 23, if I'm not wrong, the version 3 of the model. It was after long discussions with the member states. They needed a new version. We have published it. And 4 countries have already implemented it or are implementing it. And we are in constant relations with them, having bilateral meetings. So it means they are not, I see one of our colleagues there. We are trying to keep on the track, so whatever troubles they have. Version 4, which is the last, released in September this year. There are 2 countries already. We started the conversations with them. They started analyzing it, and they will be delivering it at one point. Trouble with the 2 versions, none of them are online as a service. Yeah, so that's the trouble that some of the implementers have, because they cannot have a look into what the neighbors have implemented. 16 countries are still in older versions, 1 and 2, and they are interested in upgrading. They might try, 2 of them, they already told us they will go for version 3. Some are waiting for a future version. 2, I didn't write a figure there, but 2 of them might be interested really also in version 4. Why do we have countries using still the older versions? It was because our colleagues from GROW, the Commission, they implemented the service, and it was for free. So people have just taken the national services, have just reproduced that code. It works, yeah. It makes it a bit difficult just to integrate with other versions, but it's the state of play where we are now. So we encourage you all to try to move to a new version to make it interoperable. And then I will go quickly through the main updates that we have done in version 4. Why quickly into detail? It's because we have regular meetings where we present always our last updates. So for those that are following those meetings, it's a bit tedious if I go in detail through everything. Mainly, and I need my glasses again, sorry, the main change is that we have replaced the UIDs, that is this long number that you see there. Yeah, it's an identifier, an universal unique identifier that is generated randomly, which associates always a sub-element. We have replaced them upon request, I don't know what's that, also by XML path-like identifiers that look a bit more human readable. If you can see also on the screen, they will be the criterion, it's okay, the criterion 36, yeah, You will know you are in selection criteria. I don't know where the echo comes from. No, it's not us. In the financial requirements, you can identify you are in the requirement group number 1 and you are in the requirement subgroup number 1. So you can easily make the link in your response, yeah, to your request. It will be easier for implementers. We have not changed those identifiers for the first level of the elements, that is the selection criteria and the exclusion grounds, because we keep the link with eSenders. My colleague Dragos will show you later really where you can see those things. Another change, it was done already with version 3, the alignment of the manage of the lots in ESPD and the eForms. We have fine-tuned the granularity, how we are managing it, yeah? The whole documentation is online for those that really need it, and you can always call us to explain you the exact details. Everything is documented. Another change, important change, is what I was saying, we are aligned with our colleagues from the Ontology. And actually what we have done is we have tried to regroup our diagrams, the real model in Enterprise Architect, and displayed exactly the same using the same classes. So those that are used to the ESPD, they will see the user experience is completely different, it's easier for the time being, yeah? We are changing just to adapt it a bit more visual, but it's fully aligned to the way, if you click in the documentation ontology, you click in the ESPD, you will see the same presentation, so it's more difficult really to get lost with it. And then we had 2 main changes after several discussions in our GitHub platform where we chat with you, and in our regular meetings, there was the request from 2 countries actually where they needed absolutely to add a descriptive requirement for financial requirements. There were only 2 options at the very beginning, yeah? We added a 3rd one so that you can select really, I want a description. Yeah, that's one of the main changes. We put just there in a screenshot so that you have an idea. And the next change, so the main changes that we have done, it's we have added a new level to one of the criteria, which is non-applicable. Now the contracting authority, if they don't have in their country in a pre-qualification system, before it was a question, yeah? Do you have a pre-qualification system? Are you registered, yes or no? Now the contracting authority will be able really to select that doesn't apply in my country. So this will not be displayed for the economic operator. He doesn't need even to answer it. All of this has been explained really during our meetings. And what we have done, it's the next big change in the version 4. And my colleague Dragos is going to explain it to you now. He's going to show it to you. We have managed, mainly he has managed, to develop a demo site. Yeah, in this demo site, the trouble that most users had until now is the version 3 and 4 are not online. There is no service there. You cannot see how it looks like unless you are a really developer checking, testing on your site. With this demo site, you will be able just to see a bit, yeah, how the model will look like in real life. Please remember, Dragos will say it, it's just a demo site, it's not an ESPD service. So that's my part, and I hope you are luckier than me with the...
Yeah, thank you very much, Paloma. Moyen, now that we are all on the same page, hopefully. Let me switch to the site. As any live demonstration, there are possible, let's say, incidents, or yeah, hopefully everything will go fine till the end. First thing first, why ESPD demo site? First of all, we wanted to encourage you to analyze ESPD versions that were not implemented by member states. So version 3 and version 4. The other main objective for us is that you are successful in that implementation and we can all be interoperable easier. Of course, it's a journey. We started the journey and hopefully you will join us and exchange with us. So what you find on the ESPD demo site, there are 5 sections. The first section, it's about the artifacts. Those are the standard artifacts that you already know. You will see here only version 3 and 4. For version 2 and previous versions, you can go directly on GitHub to see the artifacts, and also you can see directly the services implemented by various member states or other countries. Yeah, we have not only European countries using ESPD, and we are very happy to have them here with us from Norway, for example. Thank you very much. So the classic artifacts, the code lists as an Excel file, or even better, the XML format, which can be used directly in the ESPD service implementation, and also the model and the data structure of ESPD as Excel file. Those are things that you already know and you are used to, so they will not disappear. They will still be there, but they will not be the fundamental, the focus of the ESPD demo site. The next section, it's a way to explore the code lists. We are providing 2 types of code lists. One, it's called external. As Paloma mentioned before, there are the code lists that are provided and managed in EU vocabularies. And then we have our technical code lists, which are code lists managed by ESPD team and provided via GitHub. We hope to merge all those lists and to provide only external code lists managed by EU vocabularies. Also, you can see the translations, in particular for the EU vocabularies lists, yeah, in all European countries. And also, you have the possibility to view and download the particular XML file for your own translations or for your own needs. The next section, it's called eSertis integration, and you'll see clearly what I'm talking about. It's about UIDs. So the link between ESPD and eSertis is based on the UID of each selection criteria and exclusion ground. This section was designed for migrating, upgrading from version 1 to version 3 or 4, and being able to track the changes. Just to take an, let's take this one, for example. We take this UID and we will search here, and we can see the evolution with the version. So it started at SC3, then it moved to 25, 26, and so on. And for each version, you can see the change and match when you want to upgrade. Also, you can search free text here, for example, in version 4.0, if you want to see the list of criteria, exclusion ground, selection criteria, and so on, you can see only that, or you can search by using free text. This is about the criminal convictions, yeah, and see how it evolved. Again, bear in mind that this is clearly to show that we are very close linked to eSertis, and this is what you can do here to check in eSertis the actual data. Next 2 sections were a necessity for us, and I hope it's something that encourages you to explore the ESPD. It's a visualization of the model. So the model was presented in an Excel file, which can be very cumbersome sometimes, and we said that it's a better user experience to have it in a HTML format, in a, let's say, web format. So Paloma presented you some changes that we did. Let me find the right criterion. So the pre-qualification system in version 3.3.0, it looks like this. Yeah, from the model. So this is an interactive site. You can use the controls to see what is visible and what's not visible. So in 3.0, it looks like that. And if we move to the version 4, the same. It looks like this. And the big difference, you'll see it when you say that the country doesn't have, is not applicable, doesn't have such a system, an internal system. You don't have to fill in anything. At least it's a visible change from version 3 to version 4. What else you find here? Bear in mind that the information that comes in the header, it means the title of the label of the selection criteria exclusion ground comes from eSertis. Then we have legislation that also comes from eSertis, and also you have the national criteria which comes from eSertis. So those, the header, it's a placeholder. Don't take it literally. Bear in mind that you have to provide for each specific country the right information, and the information is available in eSertis. The next section, it's the only demo part of the site. It's something that allows you to test and evaluate before implementation an ESPD version which is not already implemented or available online. We are talking about version 3.3.0 and version 4.0.0. So you can play the role of a contracting authority. You select the role from here, contracting authority, and you can create an ESPD request, or you can play the role of economic operator and create an ESPD response. Bear in mind that this is work in progress, and this is not a service. Just we are trying to provide you as much functionality as possible. What you'll find in here, let's say that we are a contracting authority, and for version 4.0.0 that we released quite early, like it's been a couple of months, you can fill in the data for the contracting authority. We put our own data, so it's actually TED's address and TED's information. Of course, it's a demo site. We don't buy anything. The number of lots for those that want to see how load management is done, it's here in the section C of part 1. And then you'll get to the exclusion grounds. Most of them are directly the text from eSertis. So where you see here legislation, it's actually a placeholder for the national legislation. We put in the demo site only European Union as a country, and what we should see here, it's both European legislation and the national legislation. Again, it's a demo site, just. In some of the sections, you will find the requirements. For example, payment of taxes is the minimum amount threshold, additional information about that minimum amount, and so on. You are free to fill in, so it's a free text for the time being. And when you move to selection criteria, you are able to select and specify to which lot it applies. So here you have the lot number. Bear in mind that exclusion grounds apply to all lots. Selection criteria may apply to some of the lots, but at least one lot. If you don't want to use a selection criteria, you just deselect it. So this is more or less what you can do as a contracting authority. And at the end, you can download the ESPD request as an XML file. Let's try to have a quick view on what is happening when. So when we select the role of economic operator, we can fill in both parts as a contracting authority and as an economic operator, because this is not a service, so you cannot upload an ESPD request to answer to it. So again, you can play both parts. And here you have also the freedom to test with your own data. You can fill in your data, and I think the most important part is in the exclusion ground, where you start answering to the questions that you are supposed to fill in. Yeah. So again, this is to encourage you to get, we hope, a good experience. Yeah. And to have a first hands-on experience with ESPD before you decide to implement it. And of course, give us feedback and please contact us if you need to discuss further. This concludes our live presentation. We were lucky this time. It worked. What about the future? What we are trying to achieve here? First of all, we want you to be successful in your ESPD service implementation. And this is what we are trying to do, to facilitate and to make you successful in your journey. Your success is our success. Also, as a big milestone in our strategy is to be fully aligned with eSertis and eForms. The last, let's say, global objective, which is, it was mentioned also by our first speaker here this morning, is to facilitate data interoperability. And the whole point is that if we make it digital, let's use it in most of eProcurement. So you will hear from us. We are still working, and hopefully we also hear from you.
So regular meetings are monthly, quarterly, and bilateral meetings. It's what we're trying to do whenever a country and implementer has a question. We call regular meetings with several countries already. It's really meetings ad hoc. You can reach out always at the email address, is the general address. We are a couple of people behind it, and we will always be answering. It's from where you receive also all our invitations. If you want to be added to a link, to an invitation for whatever type of meeting, please send us a message there. You can check all of our artifacts in the GitHub, where you can also put all of your questions. And in the ESPD demo site, it's a different link, but you have it on there online. It's what Dragos was saying. Just please connect to it and play with it. You will have all of the documentation. It's our external documentation, our user guide that was always there, and now it's placed on a very nice way by our colleague Nicole, that is trying to merge all of the documentation. It's whenever you choose a version of the ESPD, you choose the 4 and it will be named the latest, actually. And, well, the demo site, you can have any proposal that you would like to see there, you can come to us and we will try just to adapt to your needs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paloma and Dragos. Thank you for entertaining us. Thank you for the interesting information. And I think you have a short poll for our participants today, right, Régie? Let's see. So, were you aware of the ESPD regular meetings before this event? This is the question. So you can connect again and let the colleagues know so that they can use this information further, and maybe we can promote more their regular meetings in the future, depending on the interest that people show. And let's see, I think we have a good number of participants replying. And you can still reply, but because I don't want us to run too late, I'd like to introduce our next presenter, our colleague Natalie, who will be talking about how the European Single Procurement Document Exchange Data Model fits into the eProcurement ontology. Natalie, you have the floor.
This is a presentation which is a connection between the eProcurement ontology and the ESPD. Okay, so we work first of all on a human readable format, and then we create a machine readable format so we can do linked open data, which may not be the case. You may not want open linked data for the ESPD, but you could use it within your own internal systems, okay? Now, the ESPD in the ontology has been split into two modules. One is e-access. The ontology is broken up into different modules for the different parts of the procurement life cycle. So the ESPD has been split into two parts. So there's one part in e-access because it's a procurement document, and the ESPD response, because it is a tender document, is under e-submission, okay? So we published the version 4.1 of the ontology in July this year, okay? Which includes both e-access and e-submission. It not only includes the updates of the new modules e-access and e-submission, but also updates to the previously released modules, because every time you release a new module, it may affect another one. So as you can see, we already have the EPO core, the e-catalog, the catalog response, e-ordering. In e-fulfillment, we have receipt advice. We also have e-contract and e-notice. Now, how do we go about creating each of these models? Because first of all, we have a machine readable model, as I said earlier, and then first of all, we have a human readable, which is a UML model, and then we have the machine readable. So we have to get the ontology requirement specification document, which tells us all about a particular domain or a module. In this case, I've taken the e-access. So we have, to create the ontology requirement specification document, we look into the use cases, the user stories, natural language statements, the process, and the roles. Now, where do we get this information from? We get this information from the ESPD GitHub and experts that join our meetings. We have regular meetings twice a week, okay, on different subjects. So, for example, for a use case, the use case would be an economic operator consults an ESPD request. The user story. As an economic operator, I want to know the selection criteria I need to fulfill so I can take part in the procurement procedure. And then the natural language statement. The selection criteria has a type code. So this is the information we need to put in the model. When we're creating this ontology requirement specification document, we also look into the process. But I would like to be clear here, the ontology has nothing on the process. It's just about the data, the information that is provided within a particular model. The only reason we look into the process is so that we have an understanding, because we can't be specialized in everything, and the people that help us create these things need to know how things work, okay? And we also look into the roles, check that each role, like the buyer, service provider, economic operator, are clearly represented in the ontology. So here, I know it's not very readable. I hope you can see my mouse here, which I'm having trouble guiding here. So we have the ESPD request, okay? And we've modeled it. It says specifies procurement criterion, which goes to the class procurement criterion. Now, this procurement criterion inherits from the CCCEV criterion, okay? Because what we do in the ontology is we don't reinvent the wheel. We reuse other vocabularies and ontologies. So I expect if you've worked on the CCEV for a long time, on the ESPD, you know the CCCEV, which was originally created by our friend Mark Christopher, which is the core criterion and core evidence vocabulary, okay? And these are maintained by CEMIC, not by the Publications Office. We also use their location and other vocabularies. Okay, and you will see here we have something in green, which is an enumeration. So it's a code list. Whenever we have a code list, it's shown in green. When we transform to the machine readable format, we do not take the code list with us. We leave it open so that people can use their own code list and they can decide in their application profile which code list to use. So you will also see here with the ESPD request, you cannot see it, but in front of it, there's EPO-ACC, meaning EPO access, the module access. Now, if I swap to the model where we show the response, we have EPO-sub. So it means it's part of the submission. It's no longer part of access, but you can also see there is a relationship here. EPO sub relates to ESPD request, So then, as Paloma was showing you earlier on, you can link the questions to the answers later on. And I think doing this modeling was very, very helpful to our friend Dragos here, because he's not been with us so long, so this was a very helpful way of understanding everything. Right, so as I said, version 4.1 was published in July this year. But we don't just publish and say, look, we have this, you know, please use this. We do release candidates. So the 410, so the e-access and e-submission, the first release, the release candidate one, was December last year. Then in February, because we give people generally 2 months to look into the work we've done, to come back with any questions, comments, improvements. This was published in February. And then there was still some more issues. So the version 3, the release candidate 3, was published in July. And this was good, and 4 days later it was published. Now I've given you here some links of some of the comments that people had, like the ESPD response should be renamed ESPD. So this was done after discussions within the working group. Okay, so let's look at the pre-award updates, okay, because we have e-submission, e-access. At the present time, e-access just has ESPD request, and e-submission, I don't know why I did them round the other way, e-submission just has ESPD response, or ESPD as we just saw. Okay, we are also working with the pre-award people from CENTEC 440 to complete e-access with procurement document request, procurement document provision, tendering questions, tendering answers, and then also in e-submission, as you can see, there's expression of interest request, expression of interest response, unsubscribe from a procedure, and also the submitting of the tender and the tender receipt. And currently we are working on e-evaluation, and within that you have not only the tender clarification request, but also the tender clarification. So when do we meet in the Ontology? We work on every Tuesday and every Thursday from 2:30 to 4:30. We don't do it in WebEx, we do it in Teams, so we ask you to contact us and say we would like to come to the meeting, and we can put you in our system. Anyone that wants to join does not need to come to every meeting, because obviously every Tuesday, every Thursday from 2:30 to 4:30 is very demanding. But maybe there's a particular model that you're interested in, and you can say to us, look, I'm interested on working on e-invoicing or e-evaluation, then we can contact you and say, listen, we're discussing this now. Okay, so for example, Dragos and Paloma were attending when we were doing the ESPD because that interested them. When we were doing e-invoicing, they didn't attend because it was not really their domain. So I give you my email address here. Please write to me if you want to join, or the general mailbox, the eProcurement Ontology. There are discussions on the GitHub. If you want to start a discussion or if you see a problem, you can put an issue on the GitHub. Okay, so that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Just a reminder for everybody that we will publish all presentations on the website of the event. Yes, we will also have the recording of the session, but I was thinking more about the people taking pictures of Natalie's email address and such. So we will have access to these afterwards, so you don't need to rush. Now, since we have a couple of minutes before our break, I'm wondering if somebody from the room has questions either for Natalie, for her intervention, or for the previous intervention of Paloma and Dragos. There we've received already some questions in Slido, but I'd like to see if there are any questions from the room to start with. If nobody from the room has anything at this point, what I will suggest is that we look at some of the questions that we received in Slido about the ESPD, so that we have less of them in the afternoon when we are. So let's see how many we'll manage. So the first that I have here, will there be any obligation to upgrade to version 4? This is what I see as the first question. And I think, but I let the experts reply.
Maybe I can reply to this one. So there is not an obligation to upgrade to version 4. So the ones who are using version 1, you can stick to it. Version 2, you can stick to it. Also version 3. So for the time being, there is no obligation. There's one thing, of course, we do not maintain older versions. So version 1, we don't maintain it at all. Also version 2, not anymore.
Anything you want to add, Paloma, Dragos?
I would like to add a small thing. In our effort to align with the eSenders and eForms, I suggest that it's a positive action for you to consider analyzing version 4, and this will make the life easier for both contracting authorities and economic operators. Of course, there is no mandatory constraint, but it will make the whole e-procurement flow coherent and easier.
Also, I would like to precise that if you upgrade to newer versions, it makes your systems, your services interoperable. It means whatever file that you are going to download in an XML format from an ESPD service in an older version, it will be easier for you also to recycle it if you are using a newer version, that all countries, because anybody can use any ESPD service if you are registered or if the countries are offering it for free. So we encourage you to move to newer versions. Of course, it's the decision of your own countries and depending on where you are.
Thank you very much. We can take the next question, I think. So is there any EU group where third-party software providers can participate to collaborate on the ESPD? This is how I understand the question here.
I think I can answer to this. So on the last slide, on our presentation, you'll find a couple of links. Two of them are GitHub open source repositories. So all ESPD work, it's open source. I don't know the link by heart, so I'm a human being, not a robot. And it's in the slide. So we have two repositories. One is for the ESPD-EDM, for the model, and everything related to the model and the versions, it's there in the tags. Also, you have the ESPD demo, the whole site, it's publicly available. You can copy, reuse, collaborate, just send us an email. We can add you to the contributors list. And of course, you can fork the repository, and we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you. Also, please visit the official documentation site. Great work done by Nicole, and this will help you to better understand what's the story behind the SPD, the versions and the changes. You are more than welcome to contact us.
Yeah, also if you want really to get in touch with other developers, you can follow our regular meetings. Now we have reduced them last year because we had a lot of work. We reduced them to quarterly meetings. So because we were still putting in place last year the version 3.3.0, this year was more effort in version 4, but there you will meet also if you want to collaborate, to exchange your ideas also with other implementers. We have these monthly meetings at the end of the month. I think it's normally the last Thursday of every month. You can send us an email and we will add you to our list. So it's a way also for you to collaborate.
Thank you very much. So Mark Christopher tells me that he'll take the next one. So the next one is about the legal basis for member states to upgrade to version 4. I guess this is the first part that you want to address, and then we'll look at the publications office and who they actually interact with. Thank you.
So it's, like we said before, there is no obligation to go to version 4. It's really your decision to use a version that is has improvements over the old ones. When it comes about with whom does the EU office or the publications office exactly interact with, it's of course we interact between DG GROW and the publications office when it comes to the ESPD.
Okay.
Thank you for the second part with whom we are interacting. Actually, it's as we said already with the member states, yeah, on a regular basis, with our standards, with our colleagues from GROW, of course. So it's a bunch of users that are really participating regularly. So it's not just us in our corner. There is no implementation that has not been consulted with GROW and the member states. I hope this answered your question.
Thank you very much. So we can move to the next one. I think we still have 5 minutes. Good. What is still missing with regard to full alignment to eForms?
Like the winner?
Yes, I think I can take this one. It's a little bit of history here. So ESPD started first, and then it was eForms. eForms then got more traction and evolved faster. ESPD tried to keep up, and let's say right now they are both at the right age and maturity to work together again. What do we do in this for aligning? Yeah? For alignment, first thing, we are working very closely with our colleagues from eForms team. Our colleague Paul, that is here. Thank you very much, Paul. He's working exactly on this. We have feedback from member states, yeah, that provide suggestions on what should be common. The objective of the alignment is that we can be able to recycle as much data as possible from ESPD to eForms in a transparent way. To give you a clear example, yeah, the fact that we put XML path-like IDs inside ESPD help to clearly identify each data section and each piece of data that can be reused outside the ESPD or from ESPD to ESPD. I don't know if this answered the question.
For example, as well, the use of the code list, yeah, we are using the same ones, but while our colleagues from eForms are using now, since not long ago, I don't remember when was the last release, two independent code lists, one for selection criteria, one for exclusion grounds. In the ESPD, we're still using one flat list with all of them together. So that's one of the alignments that we will intend to do as well in a few.
Just to add, it's with the SDK 1.12 from eForms. It is much more closer now to the ESPD. It's like what Paloma just said. We have separate code lists. Also, the way the eForms is structured is much closer to the ESPD. And with this approach, we actually want to provide the possibility for ESPD service providers that you can select not only the criteria in eForms automatically when you have it in the ESPD, but you can provide the content, what is available as structured information in the ESPD request. You can just copy and paste it into eForms. So we have done quite some alignment when it comes to SDK 1.12.
Thank you very much, Mark Christopher. 2 minutes. Will we be able to deal with the API? Let's see. So the question goes, first some context. We would be interested to have web services for viewing and validating the different fields. It will help interoperability. Will you offer this API? Will we?
I'll just give a technical answer. The whole effort with the ESPD demo site is to allow you to, first of all, to test what it means to produce ESPD, and eventually to be the building foundation for having an API. Offering a web service, it's a quite a complex subject. We cannot discuss it in 2 minutes right now. We can come back to you with a detailed answer. And the point here and the objective is interoperability. This is what we want to achieve. And yeah, it's a much longer answer. But the short answer is that we are aiming to offer something like an API. It's on our roadmap. We don't have a specific date. Yeah. I hope this answers partially the question.
Thank you very much. So anyway, we will come back in writing, I understand, to the participants to define this further. And it's almost 11 o'clock. So that means that we've done good work and we're allowed to take a coffee break. Please be back by, what was it? 11:15. Thank you. So the coffee will be outside the room. In case you want to have it, just have a leg stretcher as well. We go out for lunch. Those of you who want, of course, it's not an obligation. Please join us for a group picture. That's the first one. The second one, at the end of the day, again, for those of you who want to, some of us in the organizing committee, we're going to the Christmas market here in Luxembourg. So if you want to join, you can either meet us at 7 p.m. at Place de Paris. This is... Yes, I was going to continue. My colleagues are very keen on helping me. Thank you very much. So either you go there on your own and you meet us under the big tree at 7 p.m. or you join us from here, so at the entrance hall at 6:45, and we go together. Should you go on your own, you can. It's a 10-minute walk or one stop by the tram. So Place de Paris at 7 o'clock or downstairs 6:45 if you want to join. All right. With that said, I'll give the floor back to our colleague Natalie to present you the news and updates for the eProcurement ontology. You have the floor, Natalie.
I try and not mess up the thing here again.
I can help. Maybe. Let's see.
No.
Share? You're not sharing. That, and then share.
that's what I did.
Oh, no, click on it.
Yeah.
Yes. Now you're sharing.
Okay. Here.
And then go to
And
this one.
here.
And then, wait, you're good.
Okay.
Just hide this image. Perfect.
Okay. Sorry about my incapacity to use a computer correctly and not share my slides. So my earlier presentation was like an introduction to the ontology, leading on from the ESPD-EDM. So in a bit more detail now, the ontology. So the ontology is intended to cover the whole procurement life cycle. So from notices to payment. In this diagram, you can see all the things in green are the things that are completed. Okay, so we've done e-notification, e-access, e-submission, e-contract, e-catalogue, e-ordering, e-fulfillment, and e-invoicing. But having said that, they can also always be developed further. For e-access, I've said, we have further things to do, like the clarification of the specifications and things like that. So people can address this issue saying, we need this added to e-access, we need this added to e-invoicing, you've missed something here, please put it in, okay? And come to our meetings and explain your problems or how things could be improved, okay? Now, e-evaluation is in a lighter blue here because that is what we are actually working on now is e-evaluation. So the evaluation committee, the evaluation report. So anyone interested in that, please attend now. And next year we will go into e-payment, e-awarding first, then e-request, then e-payment. And all this will be done in the first half of 2025. So what is the point of the EPO apart from just creating this nice model, this nice picture that everyone can look at and say, wow, that's so beautiful? It's to ensure that everyone has a common understanding of all the terms used in ontology, or in the procurement domain, okay? If everyone has the same understanding, they will, when they're filling in data, fill in the correct data because they know what data needs to be filled in where, okay? So we will have more quality data. People will be able to understand the data better, so when they do an analysis, they know what questions to make, how to make them, whether this is the bit of data that I want to check or another thing. How are things termed, okay? Because I often hear this term, tender documents. People talk about tender documents when they actually mean procurement documents, because the procurement documents are the documents provided by the buyer. But quite often people say for the documents provided by the buyer, the tender documents. But these are, the tender documents are the documents that are provided in a tender. So obviously they come from an economic operator. So the point of the ontology is to ensure that everyone understands things correctly. And another point is, as it covers the whole domain, we ensure that when we say procedure in one module, it means the same thing in another module, okay? When we say buyer, it's always the same whether you are in a notice, you're in an order, you're in an invoice. A buyer is a buyer, okay? I often get asked if we have synonyms. Now, we have kept things clean and tidy for the time being, buyer, so that whatever domain you're in, whichever module, you always use buyer. This would fall into some kind of work maybe later for the maintenance when we can go further. But we're just trying to build at the moment this basic model of e-procurement. Okay, So as I showed you previously, I showed you in e-access, we have these diagrams. The green boxes are the code lists, and we have the predicates, which is the relations between two classes, the classes in the box, and the attributes within the classes. Now, this is for business people. I'm not sure the percentage here of business and technical people. Business people, maybe you want to put your hands up. So the rest of you are technical people. This is another important thing. We have to ensure that the technical people understand what the business people are talking about, and they use the same terms, and they correct when they implement things, okay? So if we look at this diagram, okay, we have a tender, which is here, okay? And it's defined in the EPO core, okay? It's a subclass of a document, okay, because it is in fact a document, and it has a definition: information submitted by the economic operator to specify its offer regarding a specific lot in response to a call for a tender. And there is actually a date when we approved this, okay? So this is all the information of a tender. And then you will see the tender, here we have has item country of origin, and then you have the class country. So in the machine readable format, you will have has item country of origin, and you will see its domain is tender and the range is the cost concept, because we do not define the actual code list in the machine readable format, okay? The tender includes, so the contract which we have here includes the tender, okay? So any information of the contract can refer down to the information in the tender, okay? So, oops. So I hope that is clear for everyone. We have this human readable format, we have this machine readable format. Now, how do we get from the human readable format to the machine readable format? Now, we have created a pipeline that converts this UML diagram into OWL files and shackle shapes, but I will go into that in a slide a bit later on, okay? Now, just to give you an update of where we are in 2024 in our releases. So in February, we did an update to version 4, which was published last year, 401 and 402, where we corrected some errors in the URIs and data types, okay? Now, as you can see, this is the first box here. This covered e-fulfillment and e-contract. Then in July, we published, or we released e-access and e-submission, as I said earlier, but it was the pre-release was actually last year, and we did a second pre-release in February. Then in September, what we did, what we'd been doing when we used the CCEV, I spoke to you about it in the ESPD, the CCCEV criterion. We were reusing something from an external ontology. And what happened was we show it in the UML for everyone to see where it comes from, but we were it was getting automatically redefined in our ontology, which caused a problem in our cellar, in our triple store at the office where we host the ontology. So we had to remove all these definitions of the external things. So we did this in September so that the ontology became available in the cellar. So in July, we published the release candidate of e-invoicing, and we left 2 months for people to give their comments, whether they agreed with the model, whether it respected the directive on e-invoicing. This was what was also done, this was in release candidate 1, and rather than releasing it straight away, we did a second release where we did some modifications to the human readable format, which I will show in the next slides, where we actually took things out of the notes and we put them in tags, okay? I will show that in the next slides. And then 4.2 was actually published yesterday. So it's available since yesterday. It's the invoicing module. As I said previously, we had e-fulfillment, e-contract, e-access. So there was minor adaptations to this, but this is all in the documentation. And if we have time at the end, which I think we will, I will show you where all this is. So, what was done in the 4.2 is we did some corrections to the editorial and history notes. Okay, so you can see here we have the ad hoc channel, which is used in the ontology. This is for the atypical tools in eForms, if people know about that field there. So you have the ad hoc channel, which is inherited from channel, okay? So what you see here, there is an editorial note, which is used by eForms business terms 724, okay? Now let's imagine that this was also used in e-ordering. Then you could also have something like used by e-ordering business term XYZ. Okay, so this will enable people to have reference to things, but it's only an aid, it is a tag, okay? And previously, within these notes where we have the definition, we also had the working group approval date, but we've taken it out and we've put it as a history note, okay? So, generally, when I come back to the example of the CCCEV criterion, which we reuse. So we have here external concept defined by, this is in the human readable format. So any business person can click on it, they can find the definition. As I explained earlier on, we cannot allow this to be present in the machine readable format because it will upset the triple store. It's seeing it again and it will, well, it just won't like it. So it won't explode as such, but we won't be allowed to publish it. So please be aware that when you see external concept defined by, it will not be in the machine readable format. It's just for business people. So we are actually working now on model to our updates, okay? So it takes the human readable format, as I said before, it does some things with it and it spits it out as owl and shackle shape as machine readable formats. So the ongoing work concerns the filtering of data in the human readable format. Okay, so we can see if something is published, released, or draft. We're working on smarter camel case. Okay, so for example, when we talk about classes, you will have noticed in the previous, if I go back to a diagram. Okay, so you can see here we have tender award outcomes, so we use camel case here. The problem is when the class is called ESPD request, the machine doesn't know what to do with it because it's all capitals. So we're working on a better way of presenting this. And also CEMIC has been using the for their core vocabularies like CCEV. they've been using our model to our tool, and they were using an external fork. So we're now working, so this will be incorporated into our model to our, to give a corporate model to our that can be used by the Commission and by ourselves in any way. And there is actually a boilerplate, which is an open source version. So if you want to start converting your UML diagrams to out and shackle shapes, there is a boilerplate that you can implement, and there's rules, and it explains to you how to do it. So if you had another ontology you want to work on, there's this opportunity here. Also, for example, there are duplicate inputs. So the namespaces, when they're brought into the OWL, for example, there's CCEV, and there's they have other vocabularies, and they have the same namespace. So every time you use one of them, it gets repeated. So we're removing these duplicates. Okay. And the inheritance, as I showed you before, like a tender, is a document. This is not well represented in the shackle shapes, so we're also working on improving model to OWL for this. So, the ongoing work we have at the moment, okay, is that we're working on a workflow document, so it explains exactly how we work. So from the working group meeting, creating the model, converting the model into OWL and shackle shapes, and then where we publish it. And this will be made available very shortly. The model that we're working on at the moment, as I said, is e-evaluation. We're also working to check that we have coverage, full coverage of all eForms requirements, because as there have been amendments to the annex, not everything that was originally required, everything that was originally required is there, but we need to add a few more requirements. Also, the ontology is used by CENTI C440, which is the European Committee for Standardization Working Group on Electronic Public Procurement. And so they are actually on public procurement, not electronic, excuse my error there. And they have decided to implement the ontology to make sure that each working group, so they have a working group for pre-award, catalogue, e-ordering, and e-fulfillment, that they use the same language. So they're using the terminology of the ontology. So they are sending us their requirements, and we're checking that everything is available in the ontology. So we're working on that with them. Okay, so as I said, e-evaluation, eForms coverage, this should be version 5. Okay, which we're hoping to have by March, at least as a release candidate, hoping we will have. Okay, we will develop at the same time e-awarding, e-request and e-payment during the first 6 months of 2025. And then as from mid-2025, we will go into maintenance mode. So this will be improving anything in the machine readable format, making things more coherent if they are not coherent, updating things, adding things to different modules. If there's new use cases that come up that are addressed to us, this will be done as from mid-2025. So, recap of the advantages of the eProcurement ontology. So, we have a common understanding of terms for the eForms, for the ESPD-EDM, as we saw earlier, for the CENTI C440, as I just mentioned. And the data, this enables data to be available in RDF format, okay? So, the TED notices can be transformed into RDF. What does this mean? It means that the data is available as linked open data. And these RDF notices are then available in the TED Open Data Service, also in the public procurement data space. But I'm not going to go into these. My colleague Yanis will discuss the TED Open Data Service, and I expect Mark Christopher might say a bit about the public procurement data space later. So what does all this mean? The availability of RDF format and common understandings of terms. It means the data is reliable, because we all know what we're talking about. It means we can have linked open data, which means we can have deeper analysis, because we can analyze different things in different places together. Okay, we're not just limited to what's in the notices. We can go to another site and look at what other people are publishing and link them together. So, how do we ensure the correctness and the quality of the EPO? Well, as I said earlier on, we have weekly meetings with procurement stakeholders, which you're welcome to attend, Tuesdays and Thursdays, where we define the data concepts and their relations in the diagrams I saw. We have automation and feedback mechanisms. So we have an automatic transformation from the human readable to the machine readable. We publish release candidates so that people can give us review and feedback. And everything is available on GitHub to encourage you to raise issues and create discussions. And another thing that helps in quality is that we reuse other vocabularies like the core vocabularies, authority tables, we reuse org organization, FOAF, and such like. Now that is the end of my presentation as such. I know it's early because my suggestion would be that I show you where everything is online, but I don't know if anyone has any questions before or whether I go straight online. Right, I will go online. I hope this works because you know my capacity to use my computer is limited. It's not working now. Ah, voila, magic. I did it all by myself. So, I've been talking and talking to you about the human readable thing, and now I come straight to the machine readable version. So here you have, this is the TED EPO, this is the Ontology GitHub. You will see releases here, and you can see yesterday, version 4.2, okay? If I press on the +19 releases, I have all the different releases during the time. So 4.2, release candidate 2, 4.11, and you can see we work on different versions at the same time so that we can respect what modules we're working on and producing, okay? So that is the releases. What we have here, we have analysis and design conceptual model. So here you have, if I click here, I will get an enterprise architect, the UML model in enterprise architect. I'm not going to do that because it's going to ask to open this, that, and the other, but it's the pretty diagrams we saw before. We have the glossary. Okay, these are HTML files. I will show you this better on the documentation site. This shows you all the terms and definitions used in the ontology. Now, if I go back, okay, I have implementation. okay? Click. Okay. So actually you will see I'm in develop at the moment. This is the development branch. So you will see we have all the different modules that are in develop at the moment, okay? We have e-access, and when you go in here, you will have a conventions report. This is a report that we do when we produce the human readable format and we put it through our pipeline. We check that all the conventions in the UML are respected so that we will not get an error later along the way, okay? So there we have, for e-access, because we're in e-access, we have the OWL ontology. So we have the restrictions and the OWL ontology itself. We have it both in RDF format and turtle format, okay? And we also have the shackle shapes, okay, in RDF and turtle. So these are like the business rules and things like this, how things are defined. So, and you also have here is the semi-conceptual model, which is your UML document exported. You're coming to say something. What? Mark Christopher wants me to show you a turtle file. I didn't want to dig any deeper. It's not a turtle or a tortoise, so you could have just shouted at me. Yeah. I have to take mine off.
No, it's okay. I will also point out later that these files, the other files that we have there, you can use them with an LLM and say, here's the ontology. Huh? An LLM is a large language model, like ChatGPT or all that stuff. Okay. So you can use these files to upload them in just a chat in ChatGPT, and then you can start asking it questions, like what questions can I ask with this ontology? How can I write a query to answer, to get this data, and things like that. So I will refer to this later.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you asked me at the right time to show you the turtle file because I ended up with the ESPD request. And as you can see here, ESPD request, I'm talking about this part here, is an OWL class, okay? It's a subclass of a procurement document, and its definition is an updated self-declaration used by the economic operator as a preliminary evidence, which to me seems there is a mistake here, because it says an updated declaration and it should be the request. So I found an issue myself. I will send myself an issue on the GitHub, okay? So that's what happens when you do things live. You find errors yourself, okay? And this is the camel case example that I was talking about earlier on, because like the machine didn't know what to do, so it's put ESPD, so it's put the SPD in lowercase, which is not so shocking, but the request is also in lowercase, which is not very consistent, okay? Now, let's go back. Right, I think I've shown you everything I wanted to show you on the actual GitHub site, the technical site. Does anyone have any questions on this? I'm not sure I'll be able to answer, but I'm sure I have a colleague here somewhere that can answer for me. No, okay. So let me go back to the first page. So for each file, there is a README file that tells you what's in the folder, okay? So because I'm in e-access, go back, go back, go back. Okay, so you have the README file on the eProcurement ontology, and you will see here it says documentation on the eProcurement ontology can be found here. So I click here. It's not the usual way I go, but here you are. You have the documentation on the ontology. So you have general information. There's the business overview, conceptual model, glossaries, release notes, okay? So as you can guess, this changes for each different release we have. So the information here for 4.2 and version 3 will not be the same. So for example, you can see I'm in version 4.2, which was published yesterday. Okay, I go to the release notes. What's in the release notes? E-invoicing module was released. Updates for the following modules were made. And information about the GitHub issues that were addressed, and you can see the thing about the history note, the editorial note, and there's also a source note, which I didn't go into the details in my presentation. So these are the things that changed in version 4.2. If you want to see the other versions, you click here at the bottom and you pick whichever the version you want to look at. I take it for the time being, people want to look at the most recent version. Okay. So now 4.2. Okay. There's a user guide. Okay. Which was written by a colleague over here, Achilles, okay, and this explains basically how to use the ontology and the documentation. We have glossaries, the conceptual model. If you don't have Enterprise Architect, there is a light version for seeing these modules. You can also see the HTML versions. So if I take the EPO core, you do the HTML, you can pick a diagram. Let's take a diagram procurement object, okay? Procurement object relations, okay? So you can see here, okay, so you go here, you have the diagram. You want to know about the monetary value. You press on monetary value. You have the definition of the monetary value, when the working group approval date. You have its attribute, has amount value, its associations, so it's associated to lot group. If I go back here, you can see lot group. Where can I find lot group? That's lot. Okay, it's not in this diagram because not all diagrams show the complete view for each class, because if you put each class that is connected to a class, you would have an enormous diagram. This is why it's been split down to just appropriate things at an appropriate time, okay? Now, if I go, so you have the associations, advanced, and other links. So it has a link to the currency, obviously, because it's an amount. Okay. So back. We have the glossaries. So the EPO core glossary can be seen here. So you have all the terms that are in the core and their definitions. Okay, so let's write procedure. Oops, my computer doesn't like me. And for some reason, it doesn't want to go to procedure. But believe me, normally you should be, we're in a class, so it should be able to go to procedure. Sorry? No, it's not done anything. It should be automatic. If I write here candidate. Yes, I did. Candidate, no. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Okay, so if I want to constrain it, it will be EPO procedure. Voila. And you see EPO procedure. And the definition of procedure, it also found procedure-specific term and its details, etc., etc. So, the release notes I've shown you, the EPO in other projects. So, this is what I've basically shown you. There's reference documents, the methodology we use, the user stories and natural language statements. This is what I was showing you on the ORSD in the ESPD presentation, okay? This has been done for e-access, e-submission and e-invoicing. It was not done for earlier modules. There's other reference documents, so the rules on the conventions, etc., and the history and plan development. So you can see when things were published previously and what we're planning in the future. Okay, and then we have working group documents, we have individual meeting reports, so we produce meeting reports of every meeting we have so we can follow clearly what has been done and what has been changed when. Okay, so I think I've covered everything. I don't know if anyone has any questions or that was just too much information in one go.
Thank you.
Maybe we can close the mic. Thank you very much, Natalie, for this comprehensive overview. I know that you've prepared some poll questions for our participants, so maybe we can move to those now. And I invite again people to connect to Slido. And the first question is, would you be interested in having the eProcurement ontology available in other languages? I think this relates to one of the questions we've received as well, so let's go. Are we interested? Are we not interested? I leave it open for a longer time so that people can see for themselves what the community says. I think we have now a number of 55 participants, if I'm not mistaken, that have 50. Oh yeah, it's going up steadily. It looks like a majority of people would like to see this in other languages, which I guess means more work for Natalie.
Put the next question.
All right, so she's challenging me. Reggie, please, the next question. So let's see how much more work we'll give her. Would you be willing to assist with the translations? Now is the time to show your community spirit here. Oh, it's moving close. Oh, look at that. It's going to be more than half soon.
So I think this is something we need to consider when we go into maintenance mode and then come back to you and say, who's going to help us with what? Because it's one thing sending texts and things to translators, but this is a domain and it's specific concepts, and we really need business people on the domain to do these translations. And that is why, for the time being, it is just in English, because we want to clearly define it in English. And if we want to define it in other languages, we need to be very sure. I know, Ralph, this is one of your questions from before, so I reused your question. Yeah. Okay, so I will contact you all in June or July.
So, before Natalie leaves the podium, are there more questions in the room?
Can I say something about
Absolutely.
the previous topic? Also, the translation for all these terms is related to the work that we plan to do with the alignment of eForms with the ontology, where we will need to align all the terms and we'll need to reuse translations. So some terms already are named in the context of eForms, they are translated. In the context of alignment, there will be an one-to-one link between eForms concepts and the ontology. And at that point, when we have that, we will also align the translations. So, yeah, we will need, of course, your feedback, but yeah, most of the work will be done by us. You need to check it, though, and verify that it's going to begin.
I'm going to correct you there.
Please, by all means.
The ontology does not just cover eForms, it covers the whole eProcurement domain.
You are right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Do translations for e-ordering necessarily, because we don't have the expertise. You had a question?
If you have questions, please put the mic on. Okay, so if everybody has been so well organized and put their questions in Slido, maybe we can take another 10 minutes or so and look at Slido and see where we are. Maybe we finish off the ESPD questions if Paloma doesn't disagree with me. So let's see, would you be, that one we took, the API, so I think that we can consider it closed. Have you an idea of costs involved for member states in upgrading to later versions, including version 4?
The short answer is I have no idea. Maybe Mark knows better. What can it cost?
This very much, I think, depends on how you have implemented the ESPD in the first place and which technology you're using. So we don't have any kind of cost, how much it will cost. Sorry.
What I can add there, it's really that the countries that are already upgrading to version 3, they are getting our help, not for implementing, but really to answer all of the questions. Whatever you have, really, that it's not understandable, we do the maintenance, the consultation for free.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much, colleagues. So we can move to the next question, where I am not sure we have an answer from anybody. So the question goes, how can the ontology requirement specification document be utilized as in a regulatory assessment gateway to optimize the assessment process, enhance transparency in criteria management, and ensure compliance with regulatory requirements? Mark or Natalie? Yeah?
Okay, I will take this and I will admit that I don't know what the regulatory assessment gateway is, okay? So maybe the person that wrote this question would like to give more information. But at the same time, I think what is important to note is that when we do the ORSD, we're looking into what concepts are needed in the ontology. And the ontology is a placeholder for data. So when you implement something that is the ontology conformant, you will take the concept and you will give it a value. So I'm not sure that they're at the same granularity or in the same area, but I am poking in the dark here because I don't know what this regulatory assessment gateway is. I know that Interoperable Europe has a regulatory impact assessment platform. I don't know if it has to do with this. And there is a single interoperability assessment gateway, which I presume is to do with the single digital gateway. But more than that, and Mark Christopher is no more advanced in this than me. So if you want to give more information as to what you're asking of the ORSD, then I would be more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I don't see anything in the chat yet. I guess the question was for somebody who's not in the room, but maybe they would like to come back to this later on, and then anyway, we will have it in the summary that I already promised you will have after the event. So there we'll try to figure out a bit more. Now we can move to the next one, which goes, what do you envisage as alignment between eForms and ESPD? Who is going to take it?
But actually we answered already this just before the event. I think it's the similar question.
Yeah.
With different words.
Maybe. Okay, so you don't have anything to add here, then I will move to the next question, which is for Natalie, I think, because it's about eProcurement. So what does ePayment mean in this context? And will it only be a question or some real payment? Or is it the same question as the eForms? So lots of things you need to figure out there, or to clear out, rather. Thank you.
Okay, so as I explained in my presentation, the ontology shows the data that is required for a specific module. So here, ePayment. So you would have things like the bank account, the bank, etc., etc. And the reason why ePayment is important is because whilst implementing in member states contracts registries, the idea is to associate the payments with the invoices, not just the invoices, to check that things are being made. So they need a model of the data that is used in the invoices and in ePayment. Whether it's the real thing, no, because we're modeling the data that's there. We're not providing a service or modeling the service or the process. It's the data. So you can extract the data and associate data from an invoice to data of a payment. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. So we can take the next one, where somebody's asking, can model to OWL be used for other models, or is it EPO specific? Can it be used to publish an ontology?
Oops. Okay. Yes, it can be used by other models, providing that you've started with a UML diagram. I showed you with the core vocabularies of SEMIC. They are also using model to OWL. So they convert their UML model to OWL and shackle shapes. At least if they don't do it now, this is where they're going, but they do check their model against our conventions report, okay? So if you have a UML diagram, you implement the boilerplate, you should be able to create your ontology, okay? If you need any help on this, just contact us, okay? There is actually a GitHub for Model 12, so if you do TED OP GitHub, you will get a list of all our GitHub sites, and one of them is Model 12, or just Google TED GitHub Model 12, okay?
And it will be in the answers. All right. Well, the next one is about the translations. I think that this is something that we covered. Or do you have any other comments there, Natalie? No? Huh?
It depends on resources and inputs from the business world. I mean, as Yanis said, a lot of the data, the stuff to do with notices we put in. But is it wise to have only half of the ontology in two languages? You know, Is it, do you do it module by module? This has to be something that we take serious consideration to when we move to maintenance.
Thank you. The next one, a glossary should be made available on the TED website for external users to define all business opportunities. We take note of this and we will analyze what can be done. I don't know if other colleagues want to make comments. I would say that since it's not a question but rather a suggestion, I'd say that we are taking note of this and will come back to you. We have 3 more minutes, so we can still take another question. Is it possible to publish the ontology glossary as a multilingual terminology, Natalie?
I think this question is probably the precursor to the multilingual ontology. Maybe that's the way to start, by going through the glossary and doing parts of the glossary, and then slowly, slowly catch a monkey, or whatever they say.
We need a plan for this.
And then I see another question about alignment. So when do you foresee alignment of EPO and eForms, and what type? Again, Natalie. And I think this is the last one we're taking before the break.
So there's already a lot of alignment. Yanis will show you this afternoon that we actually convert eForms into RDF files, and if there was no alignment, this would not be possible. And so we are providing RDF files of the notices which are put into our triple store, which you can query. Currently, forms 10 to 24, all competition notices, and form 29, which is the result notice for Directive 24. And we plan by March to have covered all the eForms. Okay, and this is to version 4 of the ontology at the moment. And then later on, we will go to version 5 of the ontology. We will update to version 5, which will have the new things needed for eForms and the amendments.
Thank you very much. And even though I said that it was the last one, I see that we have one last question, so, which is maybe not even a question, but a remark. So regarding ontology translations, it says you should consider using localized language versions, example, French versus Belgian French. Otherwise, it might be difficult to find common namings that align with the context of different countries sharing a language. This is an issue already observed in eForms. I don't know if some of the colleagues want to, I see Carl wants to comment.
Just to say, we have started this with eForms, so the French and the Belgians have collaborated to give us an agreed set of terms which will feed into the SDK. So I guess if we manage to do it for SDK, for eForms, it would be the same for the ontology. But maybe the Belgians in the room want to say how hard it was?
Well, yeah, we simply noticed when we had the discussion with the French that indeed it was not always easy to find a common name for concepts, because we really work in 2 different countries and have different rules and different conventions. And I think we might have the same problem in Dutch, in German even. And I suppose there are a lot of other countries like Germany and Austria. I'm pretty sure they have different concepts as well sometimes. So it's not just a Belgian problem. Yeah, it's just something we would like to signal.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody for your active participation. I think we are now ready to take our group picture. Don't forget, if you are using social media, to use the hashtag and picture. Take advantage of the discussions of the afternoon. So we will start the afternoon with one of our colleagues joining remotely. So the afternoon will be dedicated to the TED reusers. I think Carmelo is there with us. Carmelo, are you there? Let's see if the technicalities are working this time. Carmelo?
Hello?
Perfect. So
You hear
I
me?
give you Carmelo Greco to talk about the new features based on the latest updates of eForms. You have the floor, Carmelo.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon. In this presentation, I will share some updates and information regarding the eForm, the TED Search API, and the fair usage policy. Concerning the last update, TED system can publish eForm encoded in SDK 1.12 since the 24th of September 2024. The eForm SDK 1.12 introduced the following information: the foreign subsidies regulation, the exclusion grounds and selection criteria have been updated, and we can find 5 new search fields from the TED website. Concerning the next update, TED system is planned to publish eForm notice encoded in SDK 1.13 by mid-February 2025. And eForm SDK 1.13 introduced the 6 new eForm from E1 to E6, the International Procurement Instrument, the Energy Efficiency Directive. There will be a new review section containing several fields, and also the NUTS classification 2024. On the TED website, there will be 42 new search fields, and the search based on the place of performance will be based on NUTS classification 2024. Concerning the API, the publication office plans to unify and simplify the access to the TED API using a single domain named api.ted.europa.eu. And due to this, the TED Search API will be accessed via the 2 URL, the primary URL that is already available, which start with api.ted.europa.eu, and the secondary URL, which starts with tedweb.api.ted.europa.eu. The secondary URL is available and can be used in case the primary URL is not available. Concerning the fair usage policy on the TED portal, as you can see on the screen, the data consumed by technical users to search or view notice come from more than 90% using the web interface, but less than 10% via the public API. But you have to know that the architecture of the TED portal has been designed as follows. Web pages are powered by a CMS and must be used by human user, and there is a dedicated public API to search notice direct link to download their content, to be used by technical users. Based on that, we recommend that technical users must use the public API to benefit from performance and scalability and leave the CMS resource to the human users. The publication office define some threshold that you can see on the table below. You can make a visualization or download notice. You can make 600 visualization or download notice in less than 6 minutes. You can make 700 HTTPS requests in the last minute. And you can have 3 concurrent downloads to download the daily or monthly packages. As we have several users using the web interface to crawl the data, the publication office plans to implement new rules to reduce this usage. On this slide, you can see 3 links where, in case you need more information for the usage of TED website or the TED search API, this link provides you more detail. And in case you need support, you can contact the help desk via the contact form. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Carmelo. Are there any questions in the room at this point? If we don't have any questions, I think, Carmelo, you have some polls for the participants. Can we move on to Slido and share those? All right. So we have a question there. How do you use TED data? And you have lots of possibilities to answer it. I think it's not only one. You can choose several. It's a multiple choice poll here. So if you're not only downloading XML notices in bulk to retrieve TED data, for example, but you're also downloading notices in PDF format, or what do I know, then you just choose all the options that apply to you. And that will allow us to have a better picture of what people are currently doing, so that we can further improve our services. So I see at the moment what is in the lead is I download notices in PDF format. The second option, preferred option, is I use TED Search API to retrieve the data, followed by I download XML notices in bulk to retrieve the data. Let's see, we have around 50 people who have posted their choices among the reusers, and we are still waiting for more people to put in their choices. I think that this may take a little bit more time, as there are several options, as I was mentioning. We can wait a few moments more for people to type, and then we can switch to questions. I don't know if there are questions, so I don't see any questions from the room for Carmelo, but I think there may be questions in the Slido. So indeed, we have a question here. about eForms SDK 113, I guess, and the Energy Efficiency Directive, if I understand things correctly. The question goes, how is the EED reporting supposed to work with goods that do not have energy efficiency labeling in one lot? Lot 1, white goods. Lot 2, example, lawnmowers. There can be hundreds of equipment in one lot, but the fields are not repeatable. And then there's a sequence of business terms. I'm not sure who wants to take this one. I see that Mark Christoph.
I will take over this question. So if there is no labeling, you can't use labeling. That's for certain. There is a predefined list for the products that have a label. If there is none, the next version is eco design, that there are some values that you can provide in one lot. But it is designed that you have the possibility to provide multiple entries for each lot. I don't think that there is only for one lot, you can only provide one entry. This would need to be confirmed by Paul and Eve that are sitting in the very back, actually.
Yes, so the individual fields are not repeatable, but...
The group itself. So the individual fields are not, exactly. So exactly, no, what Paul said, the individual fields are not repeatable, which makes sense because you have to look, we always have to look at a kind of a row in an Excel sheet. But you can have as many rows as you want. So that is not an issue. No worries, Paul, but it's good that you have the microphone just in case. There are hundreds of equipment, one lot are repeatable, yes. There's one thing that can be very tricky is you have, for example, a label for dishwasher, for oven, etc. But if you want to buy a kitchen, you buy a kitchen. It doesn't include separately dishwasher. So then you would procure a kitchen, and then you would not use the labels, but you would use the values. What we are currently doing is, but it will take some time because the member states are still in transposition of the EED in their country. But what we want to do is we want to have a kind of a get in touch with buyers to see how they would use those fields to better understand, to get a better understanding on how those fields can be actually used. But this will be then for the next year. So I will go next one, and it was EDC HTTP. Yes, exactly. So we have actually a guide that explains on how you can use this. It's a very rough guide. It's not going into the details, but explains the logic behind it. And I think for that it is fully sufficient.
So the next one is about the new fields for TED, I guess. So the new 42 fields, anything that has to do with information about dynamic purchasing systems is the question there.
No, that was the one.
I'm sorry?
There was a question before about selection criteria.
I haven't seen it. Wait.
And this one is also gone.
So, colleagues, you are going too fast, I'm afraid, over there. So let me see. Okay. So yes, I have it. So the selection criteria are now firmly defined. The other option has been removed. How can a user submit their own selection criteria? Is another adjustment planned here? This is the question.
No, another adjustment is not planned. The list of the selection criteria, the idea is that we have this list of selection criteria that are defined in the EU vocabulary, and you can use them. When it comes to, and I think this is maybe more important, do you want to provide this information in the notice, or do you want to provide the information in the procurement documents. So it would be relevant. And that is one big change that we have done with the SDK 1.12. The way you provide information about selection criteria to make it actually easier for the buyers, because the old version before 1.12, you would have to do some kind of tricks to provide the information. Now the buyer can say very easily, you can find information about selection criteria. The same actually goes for exclusion runs. In the procurement documents, you can see them in the ESPD, you can see them in the notice. If you say you want to provide the selection criteria in the notice, then you have to provide at least one selection criteria, so which is not too difficult. But the selection criteria that you can choose there are actually all defined in the eVocabulary. So you can only choose the ones that are part of the selection, only the ones that are there. So I think that should be, I hope that I answered your question. I will just continue.
Yes, please.
It's the easiest.
Please do.
42
until
fields.
you can't answer anymore, and then you tell me.
Okay,
and then I'll ask
so,
somebody else to do it.
The new 42 fields, anything has to do with information about DPS? No, they're not. We have added quite a few fields with SDK 1.12 and with SDK 1.13, which is about review. For example, you have the possibility to provide review, information about review procedures. It's all optional, you don't have to use it, but we are providing this. It was actually requested also by member states that some countries wanted to provide that, or provide the possibility that buyers can provide information about a review. We have the EE fields on the EED, which are currently optional. As of October next year, they would be, as they are, mandatory. And then there is IPI also. IPI that we added, International Procurement Instrument, which are, well, they are mandatory, but we don't have an implementing act so far. And you can only use the IPI, the International Procurement Instrument, if there is an implementing act. So for the time being, you can technically implement them, but you can't use them because there is no implementing act. And what, to give you a clarity about this International Procurement Instrument, is you have the idea of the IPI is that you can restrict access to procure, or that you can restrict access to suppliers from third countries where in this specific domain, it's an unfair treatment for European countries to participate in their market. And there are discussions about medical devices coming from China. So if there is an implementing act on IPI, it would say you can exclude, or you have to exclude medical products from China. So the content would be very specific, but because we don't have it, the IPI itself cannot be used, which is a little bit of a downside. Which also means that you still have to implement them. You shouldn't show them for the time being because no one can use them. But it could be that maybe in quarter one next year, there might be an implementing regulation, or in Q2 next year. And then what we have to do is we would backport this into the version 1.13 so that you can then use those fields. But it's something that you have to consider. So I think I covered also. Michael, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think somewhere in Carmelo's presentation it was mentioned that there are 42 new search fields in TED. So maybe the question was about the new search fields on TED, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, so there's 42 new search fields on TED, which match the new fields added to the SDK. So with the search website since January, pretty much every field is indexed. So when we add new fields to the schema, they get indexed. But yeah, but none of them have anything to do with dynamic purchasing systems.
Okay, sorry for the confusion.
No, so yeah, the question was valid because in the end, Christopher was talking about the same fields that got added to TED.
Okay, before we remove this question, one question to the room. Do you know the meaning about 42? So if you know the answer, please raise your hand. So if you don't know it, so the ones who know it, where comes it from? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. Yeah, exactly. So it's the...
That was the meaning of life?
Meaning of life. And it's the question and the answer to everything. Okay, so it fits very well.
Actually, in my document, I have another question that doesn't appear here. I'm not really sure why, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So it goes before this one. Are the new eForms E1 to E6, what are they to be used for? Sorry, is the question.
I will be my pleasure to answer this question. So E1 to E6 are voluntary forms. The name implies they are voluntary. You don't have to use them. You can completely ignore them. But of course you shouldn't. The main purpose of E1 to E6 are to allow, for example, member states to publish notices for under the EU thresholds correctly on TED. What if a buyer wants to, for example, currently, if they want to publish a notice for below the threshold on TED, they are using just the normal notice that is published on TED, the subtype 16, for example, to have a competition. With release 1.13, it's actually possible to use the form E3, which is the competition notice for below the threshold. So you have much more flexibility and you make it much easier for your buyers to provide easier forms to publish on TED. This goes for E2, E3, and E4. Then we have other forms. We have E1, the pre-market consultation. Please tell your users if they want to do a pre-market consultation, they should not in the future, when you have implemented 1.13, they should please not use anymore a planning notice or a competition notice and write in the comments in BTU 300, oh, this is not a competition notice. That is actually a pre-market consultation. You don't have to do this. With E1, you can use a proper form, which is just about pre-market consultation. And for the buyers who want to be very transparent, they can use the form E5, which is the completion notice. It is not part of the directives, but the buyers have the possibility to publish a notice to say, we want to, the outcome of this procedure, of this whole, not only the award, but how it went, the result is that in the end it costs, instead of 3 million euros, 4 million euros. It didn't take 2 years, it took 4 years. For example, if there was a bridge that you need to build, you estimated it cost 2 million euros, but in the end, when it was built, it cost 5 million euros. You can use the completion notice to provide also this information. So I would very much welcome if your buyers would also use those forms. So they are all voluntary, you don't have to use it, but if you do your buyers a favor, implement them and make them use it.
Thank you very much. So now we can move to, so we've dealt with the 42 and the 42 fields. So that one we can mark as dealt with. The next one is about can or is TED API support access management by using, for example, a token to increase per authenticated user the fair policy limit. I am not sure who can answer that. I see that Carmelo, are you there? You are there. Good.
Yes.
So I'm not sure we're doing this at the moment. The question is whether we can do it. On va voir, I hear. What Yes, so just to make your task a bit easier, Carmelo. So I think we can safely say that we are not doing it at the moment, and that we are going to look into ways of actually trying or analyze whether we can do it. And that would be the answer that we can give at this point in time to this question, unless you have other comments. I don't hear anything. So then let's move to the next one, which starts with a big problem. There are no big problems here. TED are not enforcing the correct usage of various eForms identifiers. Example given. It is easy to find examples where completely unrelated notices are linked together in a procedure. Do you have a timeline for when you will start enforcing correct usage of such linking identifiers?
So it is possible. You could publish a result that links to a contract notice. Has nothing to do with it. We don't do the job of the buyers for them, but we don't reject it either. What we hope to do next year is to have dynamic rules where we can compare one notice against another notice, and then we would see at least if it's the same legal basis, if it's the same CPV code, and a few basic checks we could do with machine rules that would be able to reduce the number of rubbish links. But that is a problem that exists today, yeah. But next year, best case.
Thank you, Carl. So the next one, do you plan to add a real BT rule regarding the lot identification? As reusers, we have many senders that send notices without any lot, normally lot 0000, but with an ID which make our system think there is a real lot, like 0001. Carl?
I'll try again. So those lot identifiers are technical identifiers within the notice itself. So it allows you to link pieces of the notice together. In eForms, every notice has one lot anyway, because in eForms there is information at lot level, even if the procedure is not split into lots. Whether you call it 000, 001, or 999, that's just a technical identifier. There's another field which allows the user to give their human lot number if they want. And that is what, from a business point of view, you can link things together. But for a user, yes, you will find that there's lots of different ways that this information is linked together. So, for example, lot 0 might be a convention from certain systems to say there are no lots, but if there's no lots, we call it lot 000. But that's just a technical identifier. So there's no real rules. It's up to the buyer or the application to choose how to make use of the identifiers.
Thank you for that one. When will it be possible to select multiple nuts 3 for the same lot? Is that one for you as well, Carl?
It has always been possible to select multiple nuts codes for the same lot. In fact, in many cases, you have no choice because nuts level 3 is fairly low. So if you want to get a region, you have to select more than one most of the time.
Okay, we are learning things. That's good. There are many senders still using older versions of eForms SDK. In your rules, you state that publishing using eForms SDK that is over a year old will not be supported. So why are they still publishing using older versions? Who is taking this one? You all taking it as well?
I suppose this question comes from a reuser. So this is one reason we have everyone in the same room, is we have eSenders and we have reusers. So eSenders have to fill in, provide notices in SDK versions, and reusers are consuming whatever data comes out at the end. The older versions have fewer rules, so from a reuser point of view, you will get nonsensical notices as possible in SDK 1.7 in particular. So it's impossible to understand what's going on because the notice is not really complete, because the buyer has not been forced to complete everything. As the versions go up, there are more rules, so the quality is improving. So from a reuser, you want people to be on the latest versions or the later versions. Why do we allow eSenders to stay so long on the old versions? It's because it's very time consuming and expensive, and that's why we give more time. So on average, we've seen that eSenders take between 3 and 6 months to move to the latest version, if all goes well, from the moment they start a migration process, an upgrade version. So, for example, 1.13, we released it last week. Some organizations might start picking it up in a couple of months' time, and then they need 3 to 6 months, so they'll only upgrade within 1 year. And then if we switch off end the lifespan within 1 year, they don't have much time to go to the next one. So we say we want to keep a lifespan of only 1 year, and we only patch for 1 year, so we only support patches for 1 year, but we keep the lifespan open for longer to allow people time to move. We'll see if in future 1 year is reasonable and is feasible for everyone. But at the moment, we are still dealing a bit with the eForms hangover, keeping up with what we have and making, well, hopefully upgrades become progressively easier, but we're not quite there yet. So for the eSenders, the sooner the better you upgrade, your reusers will be happy.
Can I chip in here? Okay, this question seems to be coming from a user. I'll try to cover this when I speak later today and tomorrow, but the general idea is that the SDK is for collecting the data. For sharing the data, we use the ontology and the open data service, for which I will talk about later. And indeed, until today, because reusers have to extract the data from the original XML, this is a problem. But going forward, you will see that there are alternative ways to get the data without having to extract them, and therefore you will not need to use a specific schema that the data that was used to collect the data with. So for users, I think there is something on the way that will resolve this.
Good. We will see more of that soon. I think we still have about 5 minutes, so we could take a couple more questions, and then Yanis will come back to this idea of what can you do. So again, about SDK 1.13, it goes, codes in the metric type vocabulary do not have translation. Is translation planned in the future? I'm not sure who among the colleagues can, will have a look, Carl says, and will tell you in the summary that we will be making. Yes, there will be. Yes, so apparently if it's missing, it will be filled in, he says. All right, so that was a short one. Then we can move, okay, there are 2 more. So maybe we can take both of them if they don't take too long time before we move on to the next presentation. Is there a new code in direct award justification code list? None there. The document falls outside the scope of application of the directive. In which cases is it used? Mark Christopher.
We had it in one of the very first versions of the SDK, then we have thrown this away. We now added it. The other one was just called Other. This one is very clear. So if you publish a direct award notice and it is not falling under the directive, you select non-dear. That is the whole point of it. So it actually provides it in a very clear use. So in which case it's used when you publish a direct award and it's not falling under the directive, on any directive.
Are you able to take the next question as well? Do you intend to oblige buyers to publish attribution notices in the close future?
I personally don't understand this set. Results. Obliged to publish contract award notices in the close future. I mean, under the directives anyway, award notice is mandatory.
It's a good reminder.
Yeah, that's a good reminder, yeah. So, but we hope that in some countries you have to publish a competition notice, if at all. And then in those cases, they often don't have an award notice. But I think that in the future, we'll see more and more the tendency that if a competition notice is published, that also an award notice will be published. Under the EU rules, it's mandatory. Unfortunately, not always done. But also in some member states, it's mandatory to publish the competition and the award notice. In some countries, the award notice is still not used so often. For below the threshold, it's up to the member state, for the member state. For above the threshold, it's mandatory. So, yeah. By the way, maybe something I will speak about the PBDS in the future, PBDS tomorrow, is we will certainly use the possibility of the public procurement data space to show off everything that is missing or what is bad when it comes to data. So we will really pinpoint the it's not a blame and shame, but it's really to show sometimes the very poor data quality that we have in the notices.
Thank you. In the meantime, we got a new question. I think we still have some time where we could answer it. So he says your search API has over 1,000 fields. Looking at your search API result patterns, we can see that many fields are not being used. Many are duplicated. Have you considered removing duplicate BT code fields and simplifying your API code list? Carmelo, do you have an answer?
Yes.
Please.
Yes. So I will not simplify, but what I intend to do is to publish the list of search API somewhere, and also put the okay. As you know, the search API have an alias. This means that you can find information using a search field which is human understandable, or you can use the business term, okay, not the business term, but the metadata field to find a notice. So what I intend to do is to publish this list and put the mapping between the search field that are the same. Well, not the same, but it is a search field. But for me, I don't intend to reduce this and simplify this.
Okay, thank you. I think that the next one relates to something that you used to do, Carl. So, and the answer is no. So will you start sending reminders about cans as you used to? No? People should follow the law, Carl says. Yeah, and he adds that the reminders were not very effective. So anyway, in a nutshell, no. Please send us all the cans. We want them on TED. All right. The next one is a reuser. The cans issue? Okay. I haven't had the time to look at it. As a reuser, I want an easy way to extract and consolidate notice information without having to deal with eForms and SDK complexity. How can you help? I think indeed that Yanis can provide a solution and an answer to this question. Are you ready to give us your presentation?
Yeah,
maybe,
I can
Yanis?
help by giving you a presentation about that.
Because I see that there are no more questions, so then I think that it's a good moment to introduce or reintroduce Yanis to you, and he will be speaking about our new service, the TED Open Data Service. Yeah. Please go and do it from there. Yeah. No, don't. No.
So, I'm Yanis. I guess that most of you have seen me before, but the mic is all right. It just has to be closer. All right. So I'm the head of sector in the publications office unit that deals with all this. The sector deals with all this. The unit deals with much more. Anyway, and I'm happy to have you all here, especially see people coming to join us in the publications office. Until now, in the last 5 years that I was here, I never had the opportunity, apart from last April, to see people in TED together. So I'm very happy to see you. I'm going to talk to you about something that I have been waiting for quite a long time to do. And this is the TED Open Data Service. To start with, I will use some of the slides and the ideas that I talked about in our last meeting in Brussels, for those that were there. So you know that so far the TED website, the TED basically was mostly in the beginning the website and also soon after an API. And we have the website, which is for humans to go there and find notices, search for them, download them, read them one by one. And we have the API that allows machines to do the same thing, search and download individual notices. And the thing that we're trying to introduce now is a new service that is going to be named the TED Open Data Service, which is also for machines, for applications, to select and download data, not just notices, but tables, lists of data sets, okay? And the whole idea, well, it's much wider, the problem that it tries to address, but it's very close to the question that was last asked about how can we disregard the format of the original format of the data? So you'll see in a moment. Now, who is the target group for this? That's of course institutional and corporate users, but also professionals and individuals, like policymakers and market analysts, data analysts and consultants. You will see that you can, our goal is to provide a service that can be used at different levels of complexity and granularity. The difference between the Open Data Service and the TED API, speak up, yes, I have the impression that, you know, you're just here, but you're not just here. I'm sorry about that. Do I look so stressed? No, it's okay. I didn't. No. I'm just trying to increase my pitch here. Yeah. All right. So, I don't like this in my face. Sorry. So, the difference between the API and the Open Data Service. The difference between the TADE API and the TADE Open Data Service. All right. The TADE API, okay, you know, you can have the search API where you can search for stuff. And we were talking about a minute ago about the search fields, the thousands of them, and so on. Yeah, you can have good search capabilities with TADE API, but they're fairly limited. At the end of the day, with the search API, you're searching a database of metadata. You do not search in the notices, so the fields are extracted from the notices, they go into the database. The relationships, however, if that are represented in a relational database, are much more limited than the actual relationships that are inside the business domain, which is represented by the ontology. So you have search capabilities, but they're limited. And at the end of the day, what you get is individual notices. So just files. And of course, those files contain data, but you have to get them out of there before you can study them, okay? Before you can, before you can analyze them. On the other hand, with the TADE Open Data Service, what we're trying to do is we're trying to give you a way to search all the notification data that we have collected without having to download the files and extract the data from them. And so you don't get files, but you get data in tables, and the structure and the content of the tables, you can specify it before you get the data. So you can do custom queries. And of course, when it comes to you, it will be transferred over the internet in some kind of format. So there are different formats. You can get spreadsheets or JSON files, or it's quite customizable. So the main point here, however, is that with the Open Data Service, what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the paradigm. And we're saying instead of sharing documents, which are the notices, we're sharing the data that the notices contain, all right? Now, how is this related to public procurement data space? Mark Christopher. We're working very close with Mark Christopher and DigiGrow, and our effort that we do in the Publications Office and TED is part of the whole effort that we're doing as a commission for the public procurement data space. The data that we are converting from XML to RDF is going to be part and part of the PPDS. We are doing a lot of work. We already started, and this is continuing the beginning of the next year to converge the ways that we work. We are organizing better our collaboration and our governance for our projects. So there is a very, very close cooperation between the Publications Office and the Public Procurement Data Space. And although we have a name for what we do, it's part of the Public Procurement Data Space. It's not something different or strange to it. Now, of course, there will be two different services in your eyes. And I want to talk a little bit about the similarities and the differences between them. Like I said, the TADE Open Data will be available in both services by the Applications Office and the PPDS. But, of course, PPDS collects data from multiple sources, not just e-notification data. So the PPDS collects data from member states, collects data below threshold, etc. Also, the PPDS and the TADE Open Data Service have different access policies because of the nature of the data and the multitude of data collected by PPDS. Not all of the data is openly available. There is some different restriction policies there. On the TADE Open Data Service does not have this restriction because the data that we're publishing are already public. And also at the moment, at least there is a little bit of an emphasis on different use cases. So the PPDS is more interested at the moment in enriching the data, in providing analytics, etc. Whereas we're all mostly looking at raw, clean, reusable data. Now, okay, why doesn't everybody wait for the PPDS and you have to deal with the Open Data Service? Well, first of all, it has open access, so anybody can access it. The second thing is it's there now, so we will use it in a second, and you can use it tonight or tomorrow. And the data is directly usable, so it can give you a head start in adapting your applications and your logic in using linked open data. Oops. All right. Now, so far so good, I guess. All right. I'm getting the hang of it. I cannot speak louder because I feel like I'm shouting. Slower? I'm moving too fast.
Yeah, talk to us. Talk to us. Talk to us. To you.
All right, I will take that advice. I thought I was talking to you. Maybe I should be looking at you then. So, what part did you miss? The next thing I want to talk about is that what kind of technologies enable this thing, all right? Natalie was talking about earlier about RDF, triples, the ontology, etc. So what are all those things? The same guy that invented the World Wide Web, like in the 90s, Tim Berners-Lee, he's a Sir now, so he's Sir Tim Berners-Lee. The same guy, after he invented the web, he invented another thing that is called the semantic web. And the idea behind that was that just like we link pages with hyperlinks, and we click on a hyperlink and we jump from one page to the next, and everybody has their own pages, and they link to each other. His idea was, okay, everybody will have their own data, and they will link to each other. And so the publications office maybe have public procurement data, but somebody else maybe has organizational data, somebody else has tax data, somebody else has services data, and then everybody publishes the data on the web, and you can link them. All right, that was the idea. And this idea, like we have HTTP on the web with the hyperlinks, this idea is materialized by a framework which is called the Resource Description Framework. In short, RDF. All right, basically, the whole story with RDF is that you can describe anything by using a thing that is called triples. And the triple is basically two concepts linked by a relationship. So you have a subject, an object, and a relationship that links them. So somebody works for somebody else, for example. So by building,
just to make it clearer and that helps me to better understand ontologies and linked data and the advantage. When you develop an application, you usually use a relational database. In a relational database, you have foreign keys and primary keys. And then through those keys, you can actually connect the information, which is a very actually artificial way of connecting data. And with linked data, you directly connect the data. So if you have an order XYZ, you can say this order XYZ is directly linked to these payments, to those 5 payments. You don't have anymore a foreign key and a primary key. The data is directly linked, and that is a huge difference. And because of that, you can actually go through a knowledge graph, finding your way and going from one end to the other. So just to make it a little bit clearer what you said.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was about to go there to knowledge graphs, but yes, thank you for that. It's the difference between the way of representing information in graphs and in the relations databases is a nice way to think about it, because a lot of people are more familiar with tables and relationships between tables. So the idea there, therefore, that enables all this semantic web stuff is that you can get any topic, describe it in triples, so in relationships of things that are part of that topic, and then one thing links to another, okay? So the object of one relationship becomes the subject of another, and then you have a huge graph that contains all the information. And we call these graphs knowledge graphs, all right? Now, in order to know what is in a graph, what kind of things can I find in a graph? Can I find people? Can I find services? Can I find what kinds of things are in that graph? We use ontologies. So the ontology basically is a description of the types of entities we can find in a graph and how do we call them there. So in a graph about public procurement, yes, I'll give you a second. In a graph about public procurement, the eProcurement ontology that Natalie was talking about earlier defines, okay, what kinds of things can we put in there, all right? And the goal of Natalie is to find everything that needs to be said about public procurement, give it a name, define the relationships, and then publish it as an ontology. And then we can create graphs that use this ontology. Go on, Mark Christopher.
When I give a speech about the public procurement data space, and then I say we are using the procurement ontology from the publications office, I actually give an example to make people understand the advantage of having an ontology. You actually use it every single day, even though you don't recognize it as an ontology. When you, for example, go into your browser and you search for a restaurant, what happens is that the first results, for example, it shows you directly link to the menu, the phone number, if the restaurant is open or closed. The reason why the restaurants are able to provide this information is because on their website, they provide an ontology with exactly this information. And this is, if you go to schema.org, you have many ontologies for products. That's the reason why when you go into the internet, search for a product, you have then sometimes the details in the search page, because those ontologies are used to understand the data that is behind it. So.
Yes, so therefore, all right, simple. I will just do a simple recap just to make sure, okay? Somebody invents the web, and then they say, okay, like we link pages, we are going to link data. So they encode this idea into a framework that is called RDF, Resource Description Framework. And the idea also is, okay, we can describe anything by using relationships between things. And those relationships, we call them triples. We put all the descriptions together into a graph. And for us to know what can go into that graph, we create ontologies. And we create an ontology for each different domain, all right? And us here are trying to create an ontology for the public procurement domain, all right? Now, when we put these things in the graph, of course, this is not a relational database anymore. It's not a table, okay? It's just a graph. How do we get the data out of it? We need to somehow be able to express what we want, okay? So we need some kind of language to create queries for that graph and ask it, can you please give us a list of this and that and that, all right? And that language is Sparkle, all right? So, and that's it, basically. Now, you will need to learn this in order to be able to write queries. Again.
I'm sorry, just
I'm happy. No, I'm happy. I mean,
I'm just to like the sparringspartner. SparkQL, as the name almost implies, it looks very similar to SQL, but it is different. But when you see it, you will see select statements, order statements, but the way you write them are a little bit different. But for someone who has knowledge in SQL, they will be able to understand a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like SQL, and the logic is close. Why do I hear my? All right. So the logic is close, but not exactly the same. All right, because in SQL, I'll show you a bit of SparkQL in a second. In SQL, when you say, I want this, what do? You say select this column and that column and that column, and then you specify a where clause. But in that where clause, you specify which values different columns should have. Whereas in SparkQL, because there are no columns to talk about their values, you're specifying the relationships that the things that you're looking for should have. And you'll see it in a minute. Anyway, the point is, it's similar in many ways, but different. So you need to get a familiarity with SparkQL. We'll go through that. Another thing that you need to do, of course, is get some familiarity with the public procurement ontology. All right? Now, the good thing about it is we're doing our best to document it. We have a lot of documentation already online. So we're developing it out in the open, so you can get involved with it and learn about it easier. So these are the two things that you need to familiarize yourself in order to be able to use this. Now, I just want to say one thing which also relates to a question that was asked before. Now, if you think of what we do in our units, we get public procurement data from various sources. eSenders mostly send them to us, or we use Notices2 to collect them, but eSenders are sending the bulk of the data. So we get from the sources all the public procurement data that come through the e-notification process. We process them, publish them, and at the other side, we make sure that everybody can access them. All right? Now, the standard that we use in order to collect the data is eForms, which is materialized through the eForms SDK, that contains the schema and everything that is needed. All right? So we have a different standard for collecting the data and a different one for disseminating the data. And there is a reason for that. It's not that we like to do duplicate work or that, our left hand doesn't talk to our right hand. The reason that the eForms SDK is different is eForms SDK is about collecting the data. So what do we need to do when we collect the data? We need to make sure that it comes in as clean as possible. We need to make sure also that it complies with the current regulatory environment, which means it needs to comply with it as it is changing, as the public procurement space evolves, the regulations, directives, etc., change, and the data collection methods need to be adapted. But the entire concept of public procurement doesn't change all the time. And you do not need, in order to talk about procurement of goods and services in the public sector, you don't need to change your language totally, okay? So we collect the data with the SDK, which we're allowed to adapt as the time moves on to make sure that we get correct, better data into the system. But on the other end, we do not force people anymore, at least, to figure out how the data was collected. it's still public procurement data, regardless if it was collected with this SDK or that SDK or TED-XML or whatever. And the thing that unifies everything when we disseminate data is the ontology. So what we do is we get the data, we convert them all to one version of the ontology, and then you can use that version of the ontology, the vocabulary that is published with that version of the ontology, you can use it to query the entire data set regardless of how the data was collected. If it was collected before eForms, or during eForms, or with SDK 1, SDK 2, SDK 1.13, 1.10, or whatever. All right? That's the whole point. And I hope that this answers the question that was asked a while ago. Now, I'm going to do a demo. And you know, demos are not a tricky business. So why is it a tricky business? Because I'm going to do it live. And the demo is not going to be too much. It's going to be a simple thing. But we'll do it together. So, I mean, you can do it also if you have an Excel and a browser, you can do it with me. So what are we going to do? We are going to take a look at the data that is already there on competition notices, and we're going to look at it from the perspective of procurement type and country, okay? We're going to make a simple query, we'll get the data, and see it coming to your Excel, all right? After we get that data, of course, we can answer different questions, make several different analyses. So the first thing we need to do is we need to write a query, all right? I put some links here that I will need to use. So in the documentation side, we have a number of example SPARQL queries. We're going to maintain a proper query library, but I'll talk to you about that later. So I'm going to click on this second link, which will take me to a page, hopefully. Yes, a page in our documentation website. You see it, good. And the only thing, I'm not going to go through the explanation of the query. I'm just going to copy this query from here. Okay, this is a SPARQL query that you see on the screen. I'll put my finger here, copy it. All right, I got this. I don't need this anymore. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this website that's called ted.data.europa.eu, which is a new thing that we started like a week ago or something. So, what does this do? This has a query editor in which I can write a SPARQL query. Now, I'm not going to write it, okay? I'm just copy-pasting a query that we wrote earlier, and I copied it from our website, all right? So I'll just paste it here. And I will say, okay, I want you to give me the data in HTML. All right? I'm going to click on Run Query. It will connect to our triple store, so a database, an RDF database that we have in the publications office. And it will give me the results. Don't mind too much about what the results are for the moment or how I got them. I will show you, but you can already see that there is a publication number, the name of somebody here, so for some entity, a procedure type, and a country. All right? I will show you the query in a second. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, I don't know if anybody's trying to do it at the same time with me, but I will pretend that you do. So I'm just going to copy this URL. There is a copy URL button on the top right. Just copied it. And I'm going to start my Excel, all right? I'm going to open a workbook. And then I'm going to say, all right, I need to get some data in here from the TED Open data service. And I will get it data from other sources, data from web. I have a URL that I just copied. Okay, I took a SPARQL query, I converted it to a URL. I have the URL in my clipboard, and I'm just going to paste it here, all right? Now, Excel is talking to the service, and it's trying to get the data. And hopefully, nothing has broken in the meantime. Normally, I mean, I don't expect anything to be broken, but you never know with demos. So now Excel found that there is a table in there. Okay, here's the data, you see? Now I will say, okay, I want to load this. I will click on that. I notice that my first row, you see the first row says should be used as a column header. You see the first row that has publication number? So I'm just going to transform it. In my other version of Excel that I use on my corporate laptop, it just recognizes directly. I don't know why this version of Excel didn't recognize it, but I can fix that. Now the thing that you are looking at is part of Excel. Now the casual Excel user doesn't even know about this thing, but it's part of your Excel. Everybody has it. It's called Power Query, and basically it's the thing from where Power BI started, for those that have heard about Power BI. So it's a quite powerful thing that Excel has inside it. And the only thing I'm going to say here is, okay, I want you to use the first row as headers. So, all right, so now it knows that the publication number, you see, I can do all sorts of tricks here. I don't know, for example, I don't like this. You only make it bigger. Yeah, that's why I told you open your Excels. But I don't know if I can zoom on it. Okay, look, I'm just going to close it. I'm not going to demonstrate Excel now, all right? There is plenty of documentation everywhere. If you want help with Excel, we can even, provide you with some pointers. But this is standard Excel. It's just not casual Excel, all right? It's a powerful feature that Excel has behind the scenes. So the only thing I want to do now, without going into detail of the Power Query editor, is just I'm going to save this. And what will happen is all this data that just downloaded from the Open Data Service is going to appear in an Excel sheet, all right? Oh, we were unable to retrieve the contents. This is a nice thing. I will try it again because this is the first time I see this. So let me try this again. No, but no, I don't even know what it means. We're unable. I mean, it doesn't give you. What are you talking about? You were unable. So let's see if anybody was able to do it. Let me do this again. Okay, but I said that I don't expect anything to go wrong. But that's just the reason, all right? The laws of probability defy reason. So I'm just doing the same thing, okay? Copy, paste, transform the data. Oops, Excel crashed. No, it didn't crash. What happened? No, it's working. All right, it opens Power Query as expected. I will say, okay, use the first row as headers. All right, the data are here, save and close. So Excel already has the data. The problem is why it didn't appear in the spreadsheet. So whatever the problem is, it's inside Excel. So, okay, now it appeared. So now I have a spreadsheet with the data that I just retrieved with a Sparkle Query that I copy-pasted in the Sparkle Query editor and I converted to a URL, all right? And now I don't need to tell you what you can do with this. For example, you can say, all right, I want to create a pivot table. Okay, you already know these things. So you can say, all right, I want the procedure type to be in the rows of my pivot table. I want the countries to be in the columns. And I want to count the notices. So there you have it. In, I don't know, Cyprus, there were 6 notices of, what is it? Open procedure types, all right? You can do all the other things that you know and love with Excel. You can say, all right, I want to make a chart with it. Let's do a 100% stack chart. Click OK. There you have it. All right. Now, Is this impressive? It is impressive when you think about it that you're going to save it. You're going to give it to your colleague or keep it for yourself. And the next day you open it, it will have fresh data directly downloaded from the TED Open Data Server. You don't have to do anything. You just open it, look at it, and you have fresh data. All right? Please, Mark Christopher. Thank you.
This approach, what Yanis showed you, has a huge advantage over using the data from the Open Data Portal. Because in the Open Data Portal, we have to flat the information. It's just flat information. And when you use the SPARQL query, you have the possibility to ask the information that you really require for data analytics. And then you get the proper data in a format that you can use in Excel to analyze it. So this is really, this has a huge advantage over, the open data that we have in the Open Data Portal. Just as to say this is a good approach.
Yes. So thank you, Mark Christopher. Let me just go back to my presentation. So we said the write your query step, and I showed you how to do this to get the data into an Excel, right? Now, of course, the Excel is not very impressive stuff. Okay, it's basic stuff. But you know, if I look at it from the perspective of a non-very technical person, this is nice. I can ask somebody in my team that knows their way around Excel a little bit, and they can figure out, write a query, set up an Excel for me in a matter of hours. And then every time I open it, I get fresh data that tells me the answer to the question that bothers me every day. So I don't need to have servers or whatever, just an Excel, a laptop, and that's it. And I can answer simple questions with fresh information every day. But of course, the ones that are developers here, they already know that they can do whatever they want with this, because it's just a URL. You can issue a web request from any system. You can write Python, you can write, I don't know, C#, Java, whatever you want. You just connect to it, you get the data, you do whatever you want. Especially the people that are used to work with data, like data analysts, etc., that are deep in Python all day, and there's a lot of analytics that you can do in Python. So I don't need to really tell you how complicated stuff and rich stuff you can do with this. And of course, you can connect it in more sophisticated tools than Excel. So Power BI, which, okay, Power BI and Excel are not so different. It's just the distributions that they have many similarities, but you can use it in Click and other systems, all right? Or proprietary systems that you have. So this really will bring the data much closer to your applications, all right? I will tell you more about what's data. So that's the demo, all right? I hope that it was intriguing and inspiring. Now, I want to have a look at the SPARQL query. So how did I get that query, all right? All right, I will go very quickly through this. You will see I have a few slides here that just show you the code. I'm not going to explain the code to you. I'm just going to demystify it, all right? So in the beginning of the query that I had, it has these prefixes, blah, blah. This is fairly straightforward stuff. It's not going to confuse anybody. It's just short names for ontologies, all right? So for example, the first line, it says that I'm going to use the prefix DC for the ontology that is defining that URL. What is the ontology defined that it's doubling core? You don't care what it is. You will, when you need it, you use it, and you just make the name shorter, and you say just, whenever I say DC, I will mean doubling core. Whenever you say the second one says EPO, So whatever concept I'm going to prefix with the prefix EPO is a concept that exists in the eProcurement ontology, which is defined in that URL. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward stuff. Nobody remembers them by heart. Everybody writes them, copy-paste them. Go on. Please.
I'm just intervening again. The reason why you can use here URLs or the endpoints that you are connecting to is the nature of linked data is that you can merge it with other linked data available through the internet. You all know Wikipedia. There is actually a sister page, or sister thing, which is called Wikidata, where the data is available through SparkQL query. And what we've done when it came to the PPDS, we had a kind of a project to use the data that we have in the PPDS and link it with with Wikidata. So theoretically, you can add here many other endpoints where you have access to data and just have a SparkQL query that then takes and merges or links to the different data sets. So you can link it over the internet, which is not possible with a relational database where you have a database which is closed. But the very nature of linked data is that you can actually link it to other data sources that are available, which is a huge advantage.
Yes, indeed. You can modify this query. Actually, we had a query that we were looking for the demo, which I didn't use. I will tell you the story now. So that query was about figuring out what is the value of the competitions that were published in a period, per country and per procedure type, etc. The value, however, in the ontology is in, some currency different depending on where the notice came from, all right? So I had to convert them into euros so that it makes sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so nice. So apart from the fact that I wanted to avoid the complication of the conversion in front of you and just see me, writing code that converts and divides currencies, etc., the point was we were looking for an RDF source of currencies. Now, we found that the European Central Bank provides the exchange rates with an API, but they do not have yet RDF, which we should tell them. But Wikidata has RDF with exchange rates, but they don't have for all the time. So they have some periods. And actually, when we were testing this, we wrote a query. I don't know if it's published or not as an example, but we can publish it. We wrote a query that takes the public procurement data from the publications office, and at the same time, live on the internet, takes the exchange rate data and just gives you the converted value. All right, so that's to the point that you're making, Mark Christopher, thank you. Now, like in SQL, for those that know SQL, you have a select clause. So basically, the select clause is the first meaningful part of the query, and you say, all right, I want a table, what columns should it have, okay? The thing that starts with a question mark, it's called a variable in Sparkle, and it's just meaningful, at this point in time, is meaningful to the writer. So we didn't give it any meaning. We just say, okay, we want a variable that will contain the publication number, the name of the buyer, etc. After you say what columns you want to see, then the next thing you want to put in your query is to say, okay, which data are going to be in the rows of my table. And unlike when you're writing a SQL query for a SQL database, unlike that, where you specify, you restrict the possible values of different columns, okay? Here, you're trying to restrict the relationships that the things have with them. So I'm not going to go to very much detail, but if you start reading here, you will see it says that find the notice and find its publication date. And those two things are connected by the presence of that EPO has publication date relationship. So that relationship, the existence of that relationship, means already that on the one side you have a notice, on the other side you have a publication date, and I want that, all right? And that publication date was one of my variables, and I will get it in a column, and so on. So I expand all the relationships. Now, at first look, is not, so easy to read, but it's possible, fairly reasonable to get the hang of it, all right? I'll tell you other tricks also in a second. So that's the where clause. What data needs to go in? And then you have also a filtering, so you can further restrict it. So in this case, I cheated a little bit and just put data from one day, but I could put data from whatever period I wanted in the query that I showed you. I didn't really cheat, I just didn't want the query to be too big. Because there's already 2,000, 3,000. I don't know this day how many notices there was, but a few thousand notices, so I didn't need more. And that's it, basically, about SparkQL, all right? Now, you will find more information about all that. You can start from our documentation website. Now, I think that everybody knows about the documentation website already, and possibly you know the URL by heart. It's fairly straightforward. And there we have a small query library at the moment, but we're going to make it bigger. I think Christian and Victorio over there are going to be working hard to improve that query library. But you can also, if you make queries and you want to share them with others, I will tell you how you can do that. And you can go there and find the documentation of the eProcurement ontology. Then we have this new URL, the data.ted.europa.eu, which is the one that I showed you with the Sparkle editor, where I copy-pasted the query. So you can use that to test your queries, and also you can click and download the data or get the URL and use your applications to get the data in your applications. And we started a new discussion group, like we have the one for the SDK. We started a new one that has to do with the Open Data Service and anything that has to do with TED Open Data, where we will be thrilled to see you coming with feedback, telling us what's nice and what's bad, what we should focus our attention on. This is an unfinished thing in the sense, it's not that it's not working in the sense, but it's a work in progress, and I will tell you where we are and what's next, okay? So we need you to come back to us and help us with our direction. And of course, you can also share your queries. So if you did something that you are, very happy to see, share it with others. Now, I said earlier, I said something about LLMs, all right? Now, LLMs, also known, which stands for large language models. And I think the most known of them is ChatGPT, but there are several others. I don't remember, Anthropic, Claude, and what's it called, the French one? Mistral, bravo. So, it's fairly straightforward. If you have access to those things, get the old files that Natalie was showing you. You just need the notification one and the core one. You just get them, upload them to any chat with the GPT, and then you can start asking it questions and say, what kind of questions can I ask with this ontology? Can you please suggest a few queries that I can run? It will not get it right 100% of the time. And if you think of the question, so maybe you give it a complicated question, and you say, I want to figure this out from public procurement data in Europe. Okay, and you say something complicated in English, and it gives you a SparkQL query. You try to run it, it doesn't work. Okay, maybe it will get it wrong. But it helps you, get one step ahead and explore this and learn, all right? So, you know, it's not going to replace you, and I think that's a good thing. It's just going to help you, okay? So that's it about the LLMs. Now, numbers, before you ask me. So, what data are in the TED Open Data Service? Today, we have both eForms and standard forms TED XML data. We had been working on standard forms as a, not really a pilot, but okay, our first approach to the Open Data Service. The first thing we did is mapping the standard forms. But when eForms started, we decided to pause that and focus on eForms because this is the current thing. We'll deal with eForms and then we will continue the work on the standard forms. So I will start telling you about on the standard forms first on the right. So we have the forms that are listed there, F3, F6, F22 to 25. And we just have about 75,000 notices. So that's not much, all right? We decided to pause it just in favor of getting a full data set of eForms first there, and then we will go back and process even older data. Now, what do we have for eForms? Currently, we have 150,000 notices, or at least yesterday. Today, we'll have more. But anyway, because the thing grows every day. So currently, we have 150,000 notices. And the pace at which we are adding notices from the past is about 50,000 notices per day. Now, we are taking it a little bit easy just to make sure that our systems are working. We might increase this capacity so that we go even faster. But if we keep this pace, not per day, per week. I said per day, I meant per week. 50,000 notices per week, all right? So if we keep this pace, we will have converted all the TED notices since the beginning of eForms. All the eForms notices that we can convert now, we will convert them all by end of February, beginning of March. Now, which notices can we already convert? We can convert the competition notices, so subtypes 10 to 24, and the result notice subtype 29, all right? What about the rest? The rest not subtypes are currently with our teams that are doing the mapping. And we expect to have the completion of the mappings. I will talk to you about the mappings later. We expect to have the capacity, the ability to convert these other node subtypes as of April. So normally we expect to start in April, the conversion of the other node subtypes. And if we keep the same pace, it will take us about 6 months to convert everything. So roughly, so the point is, before the end of 2025, come the fall, sometime in the fall, we should be able to have all eForm notices that were ever submitted in the data set of the Open Data Service. And then we will proceed adding more historical data. And of course, every day, everything that is published on the TED website, the next day is also in the Open Data Service. So we publish at 3 or 4 o'clock, I don't remember what time it is, Carl, that we publish every day on the TED website. In the middle of the night, another system takes these notices that were published on the TED websites and converts them and puts them in the TED Open Data Service. So currently you get them with a delay of, let's say, 24 hours, all right? Less, but it doesn't matter. So these are the numbers. If I missed something, because I was not reading what I wrote there, I think I'm not forgetting anything, you can ask me later. All right, now, current limitations. Of course, the one limitation I just told you, not all the data is there yet, okay? And I just told you how fast we're going and when do we expect to have all the data there. So that's a limitation for today, but not forever. The other thing is, okay, the XML data that we have currently are not really helpful to you. I mean, you can play with them, but they're in an older version of the ontology. So the goal will be to finish, like I said, the eForms data during the year as soon as we can. And then we will also bring the past, the historical data from TED-XML up to the same level. Another limitation, which of course we're working on it, but currently is not implemented, is when you, I'm saying they're querying at the level of organizational entities. So what does that mean? So look, if you want to say how much money did this company make from Germany in the past 5 years, for example, all right? You cannot really ask this. Why? Because at this point in time, this company appears once in every notice. But there's no way to really match that this notice and that notice and the other notice are about the actual same company just by looking at the name or the address. So you need to do something a little bit more sophisticated. You need a kind of service that says, yeah, these guys here and those guys there are the same company, all right? And give them some kind of similar ID, the same ID, all right? And say, okay, we're talking about the same people here. So this service, which we call the Entity Resolution Service, is something that we're going to build in 2025. And until then, this type of question is hard to ask, all right? I mean, you will get results, but you know, the answers are not going to be definitive because they will depend on whether or not the names match. Not just the names, the addresses, you see, all that stuff, okay? So that's a limitation, but we're on it, and by the end of by the time the data is there, hopefully we will also have a solution to this. All right. I mean, the entire data set is there, okay? Because there's already data there. The other thing is, okay, small and big things that you find, and you will find more than that we already found as soon as you put your hands on this, like the thing with the conversion I was telling you about before. So, okay, it's not part of eProcurement ontology, but nobody has currently an RDF data set with exchange rates. It's useful to us, why not add it? You see, so small things like that, or bigger things. So these are the type of limitations that you have. And the thing is, it's there, all right? You can access it now, like I just did. Maybe there's going to be a hiccup, like the strange one that we saw, but it's the first time I saw that thing. So use it and help us improve it. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Yanis. And I think we're going to go to the break immediately, and then we'll invite the people in the room maybe to ask questions directly to Yanis, and we'll come back after the break. We'll have our next presentation, and then we'll have another moment to ask and, more importantly, answer questions. So let's take a break. Thank you. our counterparts from the Danish Competition and Consumer Authority to share with us their experience with improving data quality. So we have a case study from their side presented by Ms. Lily Jacobson Person. Lily, are you with us?
I am, thank you.
Perfect.
I will share my
the floor.
presentation here. Perfect. Can you see me and can you see the slides?
Yes. Yes. Everything works, at least in the room. I hope online everything works as well.
Nice. Well, I am Lily Jacobsen, and I am special advisor at the Danish Competition and Consumer Authority. I work with policy and data analysis, and have been doing that my whole adult career. And here in the authority, we have a wish to have high quality data on public procurement. And today I will tell you a bit about our efforts to improving data quality for the case of Denmark. So the agenda, I'm going to go a bit through the timeline of us having data and what we have done and learned on the way, and also give you some insights in what the effects of the work we have been doing has had on data quality. We'll just dive into it with some lessons learned. Our timeline starts in about 2015. Before this, we only had sporadic data, and we wanted to have a complete overview of Danish tenders. So we started our data journey back then, and as you can see, we have been working all the years with data and have taken some different steps along the way. And I will try to guide you through this process with our lessons learned. We started by buying data from a business, all Danish tenders, where they had a very manual approach centered around mapping data from cans. And it was just putting the notices up, putting Control-C, Control-V into an XLR, and then we had a data set. And the wish with this data was to measure the impact of the new directives. And what did we learn? Well, when you hired a business to do this work, we had a lot of back and forth to make the data as desired. We didn't really know what we wanted. And so we had to have an understanding of what could be done to get it into a format so we could use it for analysis. And it cost a bit. We then go to 2016-17, where we bought the data again from a different company this time, who used web scraping. So a different approach.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. So we are having a bit of trouble hearing you. I think that it may be your mic. Sometimes we hear you well and then less well. So I'm not sure if you can hold it closer to like.
I will try.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. So we bought from a second business who won our tendering out with web scraping, and we actually saw that there was a lower data quality than we had before, and this was due to scripting errors, and also that we weren't as involved in the process because now there was a template that they were working from. And they had more free leisure to try to copy that template with the web scraping. It was first later on that we saw these lacks in data quality because it wasn't that logical. Maybe it was just some scripting errors. We also could see with these 2 times buying data that we got data in bulk for a year. So we didn't have this ongoing information on tenders. And we lacked the control of the processes and the decisions made with data, and it still cost a bit. So we went on trying to make our own data setup. We started a new unit with 3-4 student assistants who mapped manually the data. We had a lot of ongoing discussions on good practices of mapping and the methodologies behind, and what kind of practices were done by contracting authorities versus what were the rules. So we could see some kind of discrepancies that were actually there in data versus what was actually possible. We also started a procedure for contacting procuring authorities when there was information missing, or we could see that there was some kind of error that we didn't understand. And the missing information was mostly value that we were very interested in, and then missing winner information. So we tried hardcore to get this information in our data set. We also had a procedure for quality assurance every month, so we could get some randomized tenders out and see how well were they being mapped, and especially with value to assure that there weren't any errors in mapping these variables. And what did we learn? Well, we learned a lot about what the filling in of data was actually like in real life versus what we knew from the rules that there should be in the fields. We understood some of the practices with procuring authorities. Also, by having contact with them, we understood some more things from their side. We understood some limitations of data, what we could say with certainty with data, and what we had to be more withholding about concluding. We saw that it was less expensive than before, and it would also give us the opportunity to give other tasks for student assistants. But as you may be thinking out there, it wasn't as efficient. It was still very handheld, manual labor, and it was very hard to keep the task interesting for the student assistants. So we passed the time to 2019, where we gained an automation of mapping data. We now had a very well-developed methodology that we could make into code. And we had a very gifted student assistant that could program for us. So we gave him a free ledger to try to make a script. And then we've been working on it ever since. We based it on web scraping, as we could hear before. It isn't the right way to do so. We have learned not just to web scrape from online. We mapped with cans as a center, and then we looked at all the associated notices that were for the cans. So the CN and modifications and prior notices, if the tender had been tendered out before, was all information that we were mapping. Because the script knew some of the information already from past mapping of tenders, we could get automatically filled in information for some fields. And then it also highlighted and marked fields where there could be possible errors. So when it was being checked by a student assistant afterwards, they were warned of where there could be potential problems or something that should be changed. This is just a view of the script, just to put it in script. What do you call it? Scripting terms. There were 6,000 lines of different kinds of if sentences. There were 6 helper scripts. The biggest one of them was for businesses, where if we had the information on the winning company, we would get information from the Danish business registry to also get information on how large the company is, and maybe when it came to life. So we could have this information as well as the information from the notices. And what did we learn? Well, it saved us enormous amounts of time. We could optimize and streamline the mapping of data, and some of the errors that we saw before with manual mapping, they could be they could be hindered. Also, we could still with our manual checks account for weird tenders, those who are just not that normal but are still real tenders that didn't fit that well into the box of the notice. We also learned that web scraping is sensitive to change. So if something changed in TED and here with the eForms, then it would have a hard time working. And we also learned that you need a good understanding of how notices are filled out, as well as how to program it so you get the information in a way that you can use it for data analysis. So teaming up those expertises has been a learning point for us. We made it available in 2022, our data, and if you can see it, then the blue markings are fields where we have done some kind of alteration with the data because we have been in contact with procuring authorities or because the script were able to get information that wasn't there before. So we try to highlight where we have done some kind of modifications with the data. And just so you know where we are now, the Python script stopped working in 2023 because of all of the changes with eForms and TED2. So right now we are in an ongoing process with finding out what should be our next move. We still have all of this information from what we know was the practices of filling out notices before. And we still want to have this feeling of data and how it's being filled out, and still have it in an automated data collection way. Because as we have heard here today, there's a lot of different ways to get this. So we are seeing what our options are. But we've learned in this process that the data scientists are a limited resource. We can do some things ourselves, but when it gets more complicated, we need help. And the organization needs to have the prioritization to take these measures and get these resources if we can get on with developing our new setup. And what have been the effects on quality? You can maybe hear it a bit in our presentation, but we have been able to get higher quality data. It has become more suitable for our needs. We have categories that are what we use when we make a different analysis. We have tried to add information in tenders that we could use for our analysis. And then I was also taken two more measurable effects with me today. We heard Carl talk about the missing cans today, and that the reminders didn't work. We had some experience in trying to do a procedure for can reminders. We had a procedure where we emailed procuring authorities after 1.5 years of not completing a can after having published the contract notice, and we've seen a high success rate on that account. Mostly, or half of the time, it's because they are not linked correctly to contract notice and the contract award notice. And then the other half of the time is just because they have forgotten to make a contract award notice. Our procedure stopped in 2021. As you can see, the spike goes a bit up at this point. It was a resource question. But in 2019, we could see that almost everybody had a can associated with their contract notice. Number two, quality improvement that we have been able to see is that we can get more information in fields that weren't filled out before. I've highlighted some of the variables that are interesting for us. One of them is total value from cans, where 9% of the tenders were filled out after we got information from procuring authorities or could see that the information was different by looking somewhere else in the notice. 5% of tenders and lots could we add winning information to? And lastly, the business registry number, we could add 48% of tenders and lots with a business registry number. And this is because of our script that could go into the business registry and add the information. My last slide, and then I will give way for questions. The general effects that we have had with the data mapping and quality assurance is that it has enabled us to have a high data quality for making complex analysis and also evaluating our Public Procurement Act, which we did in 2019. It has made us very aware of what the data can and cannot do, and where we need to put in extra effort to get higher data quality. It has also enabled us to have semi-live data that we can use to inform our political level and provide legal experts with insights into practices. And with our CAN reminders, we have had a more complete overview of Danish tenders in general. And I believe, and it's hard to measure, that our contact with procuring authorities have done that we have had a larger engagement and understanding with those who actually fill out the notices, that it is being used, that there's someone actually looking at what numbers you put in and what information that you put in. So I hope that you can use some of this experience that we have gained on data, on your own practices with data. From our side, the whole journey from getting data has given us an understanding of you need to know what is being filled out, and you need to have the right qualifications to try to map it with, in our case, web scraping or a different programming, so you know what you get into your data set. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. Thank you for these insights. Are there questions from the room to Lily? Mark Christopher, please.
Hi, Lily. It's actually not a question, but something that I found, which is very, very important, is that if the policymakers engage with data like Denmark, and Denmark, what Lily showed you is just part of it. You have done many studies also on transaction costs, and so you really dived into analyzing the data. If you do this, you not only get a much better understanding of the data, but also buyers will take you much more serious if you take action. Because if you just, and that is something that I sometimes see, is that some countries don't have very little action. They just accept everything that is published, and this makes it problematic. So I think that Denmark is a very good example on how a member state can actually make much more use of public procurement data. And we will find a solution for eForms, certainly. So I have no doubts about that. We have also other good practices from Sweden, from France. So there are some countries who really who are really working with public procurement data. And I really urge every country, the policymakers must make use of public procurement data in their country. So many thanks, Lily. There is a question?
Paul, maybe throw the mic, or you have the, oh, good.
Oh, sorry, Paul Donohoe from the OP. I have a question about your web scraping. Did you scrape from just one website or from multiple different websites?
We web scrape from TED. And then
from TED.
and then we used an API to the business registry to get this information. And all the other scripts were based on the know-how that we had developed over the years, and what categories we wanted to have in our data analysis.
Can I ask then why you chose web scraping over downloading the XML?
Yes, of course. In the beginning, it was just because that was the know-how that the student assistant had. And then you get the path of using this, and we got to learn how to use web scraping better and better, and what information we could get. And one of the biggest highlights with using the web scraping was the document family, because we could go into the link of all the other documents and scrape the information from them as well. So it was linked automatically in this way. We also had some modules that went in when there was a CAN contract notice missing, the link was missing, that could go in and look for, well, is there something similar on the TED website that could have been the CAN that is associated with this contract notice. So we kept on developing on the existing solution, and then it seemed like it had some fruitful outcome.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Lily.
More questions from the room for Lily? If not, I suggest that we move on with the questions and answers. And please, Lily, stay with us, because there may be questions posted in the Slido, but we will take them in the order they came in. So then I may refer to you later on if there are more questions there. Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you. Oops. All right, so I think we do have some questions here. Let's see what the Slido shows us. They will be mixed. I think the first one is, will the eForms ontology be replaced by the EPO one? And here, I'm not sure if we haven't been clear enough about which ontology we have, the one and only, but I'll let Natalie comment on it.
Okay, so they're both standards. We can say that it's a de facto standard, eForms, but it's a flat format in XML. The ontology, the eProcurement ontology, covers the whole procurement domain, so from notices to payment. And as Yanis explained in his presentation, we have subject, predicate, object. There's trickles, so things are associated. In XML, they're not associated. It's one sentence after the other. There's no link between different things. So, no, the eForms ontology will not replace eForms. There will be more and more alignment. I mean, they are virtually aligned. Otherwise, we could not do mappings. But they are two different things for two different uses, okay?
I would like also to say something. With the revision of the directives, it could be that the EPO will play a more important role. Currently, the EPO is not even mentioned. I mean, eForms are also not mentioned, but I would assume at this point in time that when we are working on the revision, that the EPO will play some role in there. What role, we have to see.
All right, thank you both for these clarifications.
I think the next one is very similar.
Yeah, it goes in the same direction.
Will RDF replace the XML at some point? Personally, I don't expect this at this point in, let's say at this point in time.
Well, I don't agree with you. So basically, I think eventually the eForms will be in RDF in an ontology-based format. But yes, I agree with you. Not now. probably in 20 years' time when none of us are here and it's the next generation discussing these things. But some of you are younger, so.
If I may, if I also may there. Look, these things are not totally incompatible. I mean, you can use RDF to decorate any document, XML or not. Yeah. So the point is, nothing will happen now. But yes, as we move forward, the data collection standard that we use, which is the XML, will come closer and closer, and eventually the data that we collect will be already decorated with the RDF ontology semantics, so that the semantics will be attached to the data as they come in. So there will not be a need to convert them. You will be able to interpret them directly. But this is not something that is currently in the works. It's just a natural evolution of things. So I hope this.
Yes, so please don't be alarmed. Let me invite you to comment maybe on the next one as well, which is, will the graph database become the source of the data instead of the TED website? So what I will say before you say, because it's kind of similar, what I will say on that, so the TED website obviously gives information to humans. That will stay as far as we know for now. All the other things that we've been talking about are for machine-to-machine communication, and there I let Yanis comment on it.
All right. Like Laura said, the website itself is for humans. So as long as we don't go away, it will stay there. Now, the API also will stay there, okay? We're not going to cancel the API. There's applications that use it. The thing is that the new service is more powerful than the API. And it enables new applications. So if the API becomes obsolete because nobody uses it at some point, yeah, maybe we will discontinue it. But we don't have any plans to replace anything. So if you remember the first slide I showed, it has a triangle and it had 3 boxes in there. One was the website for humans. The second was the API, which is what we currently have for machines. And the third thing was the Open Data Service, which is the new thing that we are adding there. And those 3 are basically the 3 pillars of what we call TED. All right? And TED, Laura can explain this better, but TED is the OJS, so it's the supplement of the official journal. And it's a publication, and it's for people to read, and its goal is to promote transparency in public procurement. Whereas sharing data is not just for transparency, but is also for decisions to support decision making and the general digital transformation. And both of them, sharing the data, but also publishing the notices as such, because the notices by themselves have a value. Right, for the transparency. So they're both going to stay there, and you will have 3 ways of accessing them on a web page, through an API, and through the Open Data Service.
Thank you very much, Yanis. So just to reassure everybody, we will support always, as long as there are people using those ways of exploring our data. Okay, so we can move to the next one, which I was going to say that's a comment. Thank you. I will read it out loud anyway. So we have tried to build a statistics application using Search API and XML files, but we failed after many months because we found out the hard way that there's no way to get reliable data about organizations. Thanks, Yanis, for mentioning this now. I'm not sure how this relates to Yanis, but thank you, Yanis.
Now, it is about the entity resolution service that I was talking about earlier and the problem of being able to figure out the entities. This entity resolution service that I was talking about is part of a program that we are trying to fund with the Digital Euro program for the next 3 years. And what we're planning to do with this is we plan to start working on it in March. So currently we're in the process of preparing the orders and all that stuff and defining the thing. But the general idea, so that you know, is that there is going to be a service that will resolve the entity. So will tell you whether two instances of an entity talk about the same organizational entity. That's the basic idea. And we're going to try to do this, to launch this during 2025. And then in 2026, we have plans in empowering it with artificial intelligence so that we have better matching between the different entities. And also the plan is to convert this to to publish this as an open source federated service, which means that people will be able to run their own copies of it, and the different repositories that will be created through the system will be able to speak to each other and say, hey, I found this, do we know this guy? Can we match the entity from your database with our database? So there is a plan in which we're working together with the unit of Digit that works, well, the CEMIC unit, if I may call it like that, it's Digit before or something. Mm-hmm. And there is a discussion with them how we can bring this to something that is really a component and, that supports interoperability in entity resolution. So the first step is, we're taking the first step now, okay, in 2025.
Okay, thank you for clarifying this.
Natalie wants to add something?
Yes.
So just to add something, this entity resolution thing we're going to do is not just about organizations. It is also about other things that are repeatedly said, like the procedures. We mentioned earlier procedure identifiers, so that they can be uniquely identified across the board, okay? And lots, and there's a few other things which I can't remember off the top of my head.
The lot, for example, is a good example, yes, because you find several notices about the same procedure, the same lot, but they have different identifiers because things have been added and removed. And the whole point of the entity resolution service is to address all these problems.
Yes.
A good example is, of course, the organizations, because it is very common and everybody can understand it. But it's like you say, it's not just the organizations.
It means entity as in concept and not organization.
Yeah. I will use this one. And I will speak loud. So, because I know who is asking this, probably, okay? It's not the answer that was given now, because it goes too far. And I will act as a salesman in this case. Indeed, what Yannis showed, not what he said now, but what he showed in his presentation, will solve all the problems like this that the TED API was not designed to take care of, or it has very hard time to make it happen. So the open data service that Yannis presented, will actually help to build these queries that will retrieve this data due to the fact that the data in eForms are a bit complicated and messy in quotes. And as I say, this will be the future of this kind of advanced queries, which are actually queries and are not search actions like you can do in the current TED web and also or in Google or whatever, okay? So yes, this is the future to achieve this kind of stuff, and I will not say the name of who asked this, okay?
Now I'm going to also add something.
Me and Carmelo.
With the revision of the directives, we will see on if we can more enforce having unique identifiers. I give you the example of when you search for a restaurant and then you see the menu, the telephone number, etc. The same way could be actually used by all the entities who are participating in public procurement procedures from both sides, buyers, suppliers. It's just in their website that they have information about themselves. that would be actually the best way of having this information. But that is just an idea maybe for the future.
All right, thank you. So the next one, I'm just trying to figure out if we are on the same, yeah, because there was a very similar one. Yes, that's the one. Why is there no validation in your eForms for buyer registration number, and why are eSenders allowed to submit garbage data? Recommendation, ask EU politicians to standardize unique identifiers for organizations in each country. I see that you are keen to answer it.
Yes, I'm very keen to answer it. I think it is really a pity that some countries, some buyers provide garbage in their notices when it comes to identifiers, because this is absolutely crucial. We see that some countries have centralized systems and we get good data for unique identifiers. We see also some countries who literally provide data that is not usable at all to identify buyers or suppliers. It's very difficult to enforce it because the scheme on how identifiers are done is in the remit of the member state. It is not something where we can say, as of now, you have to use this identifier. I would very much welcome what the example shows, Norway 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the same for all the countries. It would make our lives so much easier, but we cannot. So it is really, we only can make it more visible to countries where buyers and suppliers' IDs are crap, to actually visualize this in a very dramatic way so that those countries take action. But it's not in our remit, but I fully agree.
Can you take the next one, maybe, because it's about the...
What type of rules to E4 include? Are they intended to only very basic rules and ensure maximum freedom for the countries, or are they planning to make more specific and also give guidance and enforce current data on eForms, for example, for data quality? So E2 to E4, actually I would maybe answer, maybe Paul and Eve could answer this even better than me, but I would say that there are more optional elements in there from the very nature, but it is not that they are completely loose. So we have taken usually the standard forms and have loosened some of the rules. I think this is more or less how we can describe this, not to go into the details. So I think then I hopefully have answered your question.
Thank you. And then, do you plan to provide more information about business entities, as you mentioned in SDK 1.12 release note? Who wants to take this one? Yanis?
Yeah, okay, so what's the question? Well, let me read it. Do you plan to provide information about business entities? Yeah. Jesus. It's in my laptop. Everybody waits for me to finish it. Unfortunately, I decided to do it myself. Don't ask me why. Yeah, as you see, I have been into deep trouble and I have been postponing finishing this. The reason I have been postponing is because I know that nobody really needs it urgently. But if I'm mistaken and somebody needs it urgently, the good news is that, okay, the difficult period after tomorrow is behind. And I will be able to look at this. I will tell you tomorrow because I planned to tell you about this tomorrow. So I will tell you tomorrow what's next on that field, including the long promised documentation, which I'm very well aware of, that should have been included in SDK 1.10 or 1.11, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it was 1.10. So point taken. I'll talk to you about tomorrow. Yeah, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
So I will now take the next two. The next one is there are some differences between the regulation and the SDK. That is true. For example, according to the regulation, the one field on foreign subsidies regulation doesn't exist in the award notice, but in the SDK it exists. Yeah, first, the last question, yes. In the third amendment, we will add that this field is also in the award notice. And the reason why we had to do it actually was the business rules that we currently apply are only usable within a notice. And we have a general business rules which says if you tick the box, this procedure falls on the foreign subsidies regulation, we need to know how it was applied. And because the field wasn't there, we couldn't have actually enforced any kind of business rule in the award notice to ensure that you provide information or that the buyers provide information about the foreign subsidies regulation. And therefore, we actually had to add it. It was, I would say, even a kind of a bug that we identified while we implemented the foreign subsidies regulation. So this will be improved in the next version. And the next one I will also do. There's a new code in change corrigenda justification, which is suspend review. Is this code used for sending change notices after the suspension has finished? The background of this notice, it came from one country where when you have a competition ongoing, it can happen that there's a review procedure that you have to suspend your procedure. We didn't have a proper code for this. And therefore we added with 1.12 the code that you can actually suspend during the competition the procurement procedure and give this as a reason. So if you can then, of course, send a change notice, and it would actually be a change notice. You send a change notice where you say, we had to suspend it, and then in another change notice, you can just continue with it. So yes, you can do this. And I see the next one is also for me.
Yes.
Do you intend to update CPV codes in the close future as we work with 2008 version, which is outdated? Surprise, surprise. So no, I think we are all struggling with CPV 2008. I am very certain that with the revision, we will have different codes which are maintained on a regular basis. We are currently internally discussing on how we are going to do this, but the aim is to replace CPV codes in the future.
So to move to a new classification.
To move to an international classification. Not to use a kind of, because it's not, the code that we are thinking of is CPA. And CPA, the good thing is it's something that is used in Europe. It's connected to CPC, which is an international standard, and you can connect it also to NACE codes. So there is a kind of a mapping that you can do between back and forth all those codes, and yeah, so this is our idea. But it's currently not fixed, but I expect that with the revision we will move away. With the revision, it will be the problem that we have. If it would be for us, our unit, we would change it tomorrow. The problem are the directives, because the directives themselves have spread out everywhere in all the directives CPV codes. So in order to use a different code set, we would need actually to have a new directives which doesn't say any more CPV codes. And that is currently a struggle that we have. It's a legal struggle. Technically, we could do it immediately, but legally it's more problematic. But we are trying to find a way. Yeah, Rolf? No? Okay. I don't know if the next one is for me. No.
No, the next one is for Lily. So regarding the fill-in of data, have you developed any concrete rules or guidelines on how to add missing data to specific TED notice fields? Where can someone find these rules or guidelines? So Lily, if you are with us, please.
I am. Thank you for the question. We have made a lot of concrete rules and guidelines, but they are not really that usable anymore with new TED 2 and eForms. Some of it can be found on our website, where we have a guideline for how we have handled tenders and data. But it's in hindsight. So we are trying now to understand what are our opportunities with the new open data from TED and with the PBDS to find out, well, is there enough in these solutions for us, or should we try to develop again some of these guidelines that we had before, because they need some kind of interpretation with the new system.
Thank you. So let's move to the next question. Are you going to standardize the notices throughout the 27 member states?
The funny thing is actually that eForms has done something that we didn't have before. We had unified terms for the different forms that we had in the old notices. So and therefore, yes, we have standardized this. I also see generally that member states not only use eForms for above thresholds, but some already do. And I think most member states will also use eForms for below the threshold to have a harmonized data set. It makes it easier for the buyers because they don't have to learn different forms. And it is easier for data analytics. So I actually expect that, yes, with the revision, I expect that there will be even a harder, stronger harmonization of the notices. Okay, I take the next one also.
Yes, please.
What is the difference between light and standard procurement? Actually, it's not light and standard procurement, it's light and standard regime. The light regime is when you go to social procurement, not to make it too difficult for them to use, the forms that they can use are lighter. That's the reason why they're called light regime. So it's the same forms, but less information. It's a little bit like the voluntary forms, I would say, where you have less information to provide. And the next one?
Yes, so the next one is, it's not because a field exists that buyers will know what to use it for. Taking into account the current difficulties to get real and accurate data, is there any plan to instruct buyers? And I look at you again, Marcus.
It will be my pleasure. So the documentation or the amendment has the definition of the fields, and we are improving them as we speak with every amendment. One idea is that those instructions can be used by the applications to provide support to the buyers. Because if you sometimes only see the label, you don't know what you have to provide in this information there. And this definition will help. What we also did was for the foreign subsidies regulation for IPI and for 2-3 other topics, we started to provide a guide. And those guides can be used by policymakers, by buyers, also by implementers to understand on what is the relationship between the fields and how should this work?
Thank you. Within the roles defined in the procurement ontology, what is the role of a TED eSender? Is it included in the EPO? Natalie.
Okay, so the role of a TED eSender is a service provider. There was many discussions many years ago whether we should put an eSender in as a specialization of a service provider and put an eSender. But in the discussions, it was decided that if we put eSender in, then we would have to put all sorts of types of service provider throughout the procurement chain. So there was not a specialization that was done. However, if there is a need, we can reconsider. You know, it's up to people. I mean, the ontology is there to help people, so we're not just going to discard things, but there was a very long discussion on this early on, and that is why it's not there. And again, because the ontology is not just for eForms.
Thank you very much. Natalie? The next one, before eForms, on the TED webpage, there was a filter on establishment of a dynamic purchasing system under business opportunities. This is removed. Is there a way to find that again, showing all DPS launched since the first one was launched? If so, where and how can we find it? Thanks. Well, what I can say about it is that it does exist, or the possibility exists in expert search at least. I'm not going to go through how to do that in expert search now, but we will put it in the answer, the written answers that we will give later on when we publish them. Like that, you will have this information. I don't know if any other colleagues want to comment on this. If not, I will just move to the next one, which reads, do you plan to release the validation rules for eForms on a human-readable format so that business users and support desks can read and understand them in order to be able to answer questions from buyers? Carl?
So you can find some of them, well, you can find all the rules in the SDK. You can also find the rules in the developer docs pages. So there's a web version of the rules. I post in WebEx. Well, we'll have the link in the answers later. It is possible also to download an Excel with the rules, which you can use, which has all the rules, all the logic of the rules, and it also includes the message in English of the rule. So that might be the easiest way to read it as well. So, I don't know if there are any other options.
Can I say something unscripted here? I mean, unscripted because there's no decision about this, but I will tell you the things that we have been considering. And I talked about this with Christopher, and I talked about this with Carl in the past. Look, we have a database internally where we manage all the entire SDK, and we have information, all the information about the rules. Now, one way we extract this information is, of course, we generate the schematron from the database, but we also can generate, like we do, generate these ASCII doc pages that we publish in the documentation site. Now, a discussion that we have had an idea to consider was what if we share this database with the external world and allow people to look directly at the database and even contribute to it. And the truth is that on the technical side, we are working in that direction. So we're working on the direction of, first of all, sharing the database in a wider audience within the Commission. And then the next idea is to share it with everyone. Not in open access, okay? You will have to have credentials and you will have to have different rights of access, but we are working in that direction. Now, are you really interested in this? Do you want us to hurry up? I don't know. How do you imagine that you are going to contribute in this? Because we're talking about 40,000 rules. We're going to reduce them to like 1,000 or two after some reorganization that we plan to do, but still, there's a lot of stuff there in order to manage. And if this is something that really the eSender community finds valuable, then we can consider it. But this is not something that's going to happen in a month or two. We will need some time, organization, and governance if we are going to get a direction like that.
So actually, what Yannis is asking you, it is very important that you raise your hands. So currently what we have, when Yannis says, we have everything internal in a database, and then the output of it is the SDK. They are very often the discussions that we had internally, but also externally, that you would like to have also access to this information, because then we could work differently together and not only on the output of it. So Yannis asked you, would you be interested in having access to this information and maybe to work together on this? I see people nodding. Maybe you can raise your hand. For the people in the room, maybe you can raise your hand visibly. Yeah, there are some. Okay, good.
So, in fact, we have studied this, okay? And the idea goes under the name crowdsourcing of the metadata management, all right? It doesn't have to be now, but if there is a real need and a real case where eSenders or public procurement bodies across Europe are going to help with this, yes, we're going to do it. For example, we're already implementing a system of commenting or ticketing and tagging and things like that in the database. Yes, it is still an internal tool, but there is a plan and thoughts and concrete steps that we have taken in the direction of doing this, making this a crowdsourcing solution. So if you really think you're going to help us, raise your hand, and it's just going to speed us up, all right?
Thank you very much for this exchange. We have one more question there. Why not going to more integration of TED with national platforms to create more seamless experience? I guess this is what we're doing in the PPDS, kind of. I'm not really sure what the question is aimed at.
I think the perfect integration, and I think that Natalie is thinking about this now, would be if we would all use linked data, then it would be a seamless interaction of all the data that we have on notices. For you, there could be a user interface.
If you're human, you could ask the robot to export it to you in a human readable format. But we're not there. So, one thing at a time.
So thank you for the suggestion there. I will just say that there was another question for Lily, which she replied to, I think, in WebEx and also in Slido. And just for those who are interested, check out the link that she provided. I don't see more questions at this point in time, so I will ask again, are there any more questions before we close for today? Maybe reflect a little bit, let us know, put them down, raise your hand. Yes?
Yeah, just a small thing, but every day when I go on the TED, it's always taking a lot of time to get into TED because there are asking me my password. And my password, I mean, I have 100 different passwords in my life. And it's such a, I mean, it takes at least 1.5 minutes or so to get to the TED, which is a mess. I mean, why not making it more easy?
You mean easy as in not having to log in, or?
Yeah. I just want to go, boom, and then I am on it.
If you don't want to log in, you don't have to.
Yes, otherwise I cannot go to my dashboard.
Okay, so you need to, well, you need to balance, I think, a little bit the two. We are working on improving usability, that's for sure.
And also, when you type your password, you don't see it, for instance. So, and then you say, oh God, am I typing right or not?
Okay.
Just stupid things. But
maybe what you could do is put down these things, like really exactly what you see on screen, and that is not user-friendly, and send them to us. We will analyze this.
The point is that the TED uses the URL, okay, like all the websites. So it's outside of our control. The authorization and the login, let's say, mechanism is controlled by the login, let's say. Okay. So I integrate with this because we have to use this. It's like what we're using ourselves as officials in the Commission and the institutions. So the same mechanism is integrated in TED, the same mechanism is integrated in Eurolex, the same mechanism is integrated in all the websites that we have that use this authorization mechanism. Okay. So we can pass this information to the people responsible for the login, which is not us, okay? But that is common everything. I mean, you will have the same behavior if you go and access your dashboard in Eurolex or in Cordis, if they have or in the OP portal. I mean, all the sites use this authorization mechanism. Okay?
All right, but I guess that...
I know, and it becomes harder and harder because it may require also two-factor authentication and all this kind of stuff. But
I guess this is not just about the password. I think that the usability... yeah, I'm sorry.
And I think the people online cannot hear us. So one mic, please.
So what I want to say is I don't want to reduce this to a password experience issue. We are working with a usability study, and we're in the direction of improving the usability, not only of the TED website, but also of the other systems that we have online. That said, yeah, it's not there yet. So I don't know what we can do in that context in order to have concrete list of improvements that we can do that cover, for example, things that come from our users and not from the... Yeah.
Maybe you can...
Sorry. Maybe you can just build a system of ticketing when people like us can send you a ticket to say, there is a problem there, could you fix it? And then we make a follow-up, and so. We
have a help desk. So if we close the mics so that everybody can hear us. So obviously, if you have an issue, when it's a stringent issue, there's a help desk. And I think that the email address has been already circulated, and we'll put it also in the question and answer summary. So that's for sure. You can always contact the help desk. They are usually quite quick at replying. And if there is anything that can be passed on to us, it will be passed on to us. That said, as I was trying to say before, you can send us directly any feedback related to your usability concerns, and we can analyze it at least. We know that this is an issue for you, because if we don't know, we cannot do anything about it. So that would be my suggestion to you, to just this particular issue that you're describing, send it with screenshots, explain a little bit what the thing is, and then we'll look at it. Thank you. Okay, there's another question in Slido. This is what happens. Oh, why is there so many releases of eForms instead of focusing on bug fixing the current version? Yanis.
Most of my talk tomorrow is not going to be about SDK2, it's going to be about this. So just, you know, log in tomorrow or come here and we'll talk about it. I don't want to preempt my presentation for tomorrow.
Maybe just to add very quickly, we had in the last year 6, 7 releases. This year we have only 3 releases, so we are going in the right direction, I think. Yes, and of course, what is relevant is we have also those releases because of amendments. So the release that we had just now was based on the amendment published end of last year. So that is, of course, has an impact on the releases. So with every new amendment, and next year we will start a new one, there will be new releases. So FSR, IPI, I mean, we mentioned this, so we will say something also about this tomorrow.
Thank you very much. And I'll also say that Yanis has written a very nice article explaining how this works, the versioning of the SDK and some considerations about managing change with the SDK. We will soon promote it on the TED website as well. So have a read and maybe it will clarify things and hopefully it will be of help. So with this, I would move to the next question, which is about the help desk again. So help desk is nice, thank you. But it takes 2 to 4 weeks to get an answer. Now, I'm not sure if it takes 2 to 4 weeks for every single question. So different questions are of different complexity, I will say. We are keenly aware of the fact that there have been some bumps in the road with e-notices too, I will say, but even there, times are going down in terms of how long it takes to reply, and we are hoping to be able to implement some usability improvements for the e-notices to application as well, so that will help users even more. Yeah, these are my comments on this one. Oh, there's another one, so you don't want to go home or us going to the market. No, I'm just kidding. We have lots of time, so please continue posting questions. Yes, Mark-Christopher, go.
I will say something about this tomorrow, so I will not take the... I will answer it now, tomorrow.
Yes, but I would like to hear about the bug. We don't understand what they say bugs or eForms. I mean, bug is on a software. I mean, there is no, wouldn't give you any... Yeah, it contains mistakes, but what does it mean, a bug in eForms? I don't even understand what it means. So let's re-ask this question tomorrow with something that is more concrete, to which we can defend, because this one we cannot really defend or attack. Or
I'm not sure it's always about defending. I think it's also good to hear what people have to say and for us to take note and for it to be expressed, and then we see where we are with it next time we meet, because the idea is that we are a community and that everybody has a voice and everybody's voice is heard. I don't know if there are more questions, but while people are thinking about whether they have more questions, I will remind you, the people in the room, that you should be saving your badges, because you will be using them to get in tomorrow as well. So that will be useful for you to get into the building tomorrow. So please save the badges. You will not get new ones. Well, of course you will get new ones if you manage to get rid of the current ones, but the idea would be to reuse even there. I don't think we have more questions. So in that case, what I would suggest, it is 10 to 5. Let's give the people who want to go to their hotels maybe half an hour or so to do that, in case they want to still join us for the Christmas market. And then we would be meeting, instead of what we said, at about, can we say 5:30 at the Place de Paris. So again, the Christmas market here in Luxembourg, there are several spots, so just make sure that we are meeting in the same place. Aim for Place de Paris. Under the big Christmas tree, as I understand, this is the meeting point if you are joining us after having been at your hotel. If you are joining us from here, we'll be leaving 15 minutes before the set date, which is now 5:30, so 5:15 from here, from the hallway downstairs. People are showing now where Place de Paris is. Okay, but I think that this is not so interesting for the people online, so this is more a business for the people that are with us here, so maybe we can close the online and then people can... Thank you for today. Thank you.